If everyone will... Very good. Welcome to the council meeting tonight. I'm glad to see a room full of people interested in local government. Councilman Orlins is absent with an illness tonight, and I would like to invite Patrick Kramer, who won a spot on the National Development Gymnastics team, to come forward and lead us in the pledge. Patrick, we'd all stand and face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Patrick, if you come and grab a microphone, I'd like you to, right there, and face the audience and tell them what you do well.
My name is Patrick Kramer, and I am a gymnast. My name is Patrick Kramer, and I am a gymnast. I went to nationals and got 5th place, and am going on to the national development team and going to the camp this summer.
Good job, Patrick. And first, we'd like to hear from our Councilman Eichelhart.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight, I have the great pleasure of bringing forward the Roswell Boys Gymnastics teams and the Roswell Ramblers Choir. We have actually several things, as well as the Recreation Parks Annual Report. And I actually didn't check with Morgan before we got started as to which one will go first. So, in that order, what do you know? I'm going to call Morgan Rogers. He's got a big smile, like he knows exactly what that order will be. So, we'll let him take that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eichelhart, Mayor and Council. We appreciate the opportunity to come before you tonight. It's such a cold and windy night outside. We thought we'd bring a little warm and fuzzy into the council chambers, and that's what we have tonight. We have 3 separate items that we're bringing forward. First is the annual report. On behalf of the Roswell Recreation Commission, each of you should have received a copy of our annual report for the fiscal year 2009 through 2010. And there's just a couple of highlights that I'd like to point out for that. First was this was the first full operation summer for the Riverside Park Spray Ground, and we had over 30,000 people to visit the spray ground and its facilities this past summer. We were able to replace a lot of the old cross-tie walls with nice brick walls that are much better looking and more durable. And we installed a new filtration system at the Roswell Area Park swimming pool, and we are going to be able to save a lot of money on water consumption, on electrical costs, and on the chemical costs. Our More or Less Drama Club, which is made up of senior citizens over the age of 55, were named the Innovative Program of the Year by the Georgia Recreational Park Association for the plays that they put on at the Adult Recreation Center. We had 18,000 patrons that took advantage of the public show at the Cultural Arts Center. And one other highlight is, for the first time in 8 years, our tackle football program registered more than 350 players this past year. So we're real proud of this, but rather than give you the whole Cliff Notes, I'd ask you to read the book that you have given. If anybody in the audience would like a copy of the annual report, we have copies available as well. It's got some nice pictures in it as well as some great information. So that is on behalf of the Roswell Recreation Commission. I think we do have one member of the Roswell Recreation Commission here tonight with us, and that's Mr. Jim Toddy. Jim, if you'd stand up. I saw him walk in. There he is, Mr. Toddy. Thank you for coming tonight, Mr. Toddy. The second thing we'd like to bring forth is some highlights of our gymnastics program. The mayor stole a little bit of our thunder earlier, but we're going to go ahead and with the program as we had it planned, just the way we had it planned. So with no further ado, I'm going to call upon Cindy Furman, who is a former Roswell gymnast herself, to make the presentation. Cindy?
Thank you for having us here tonight. First of all, thank you for all the support that you give these young ladies and young men. We have a really big boys program as well. We really appreciate it, and it makes us do our job really well. So thank you. I'm really proud to introduce these kids tonight. We have, as you know, been very recognized within the Southeast region as well as the nation with our gymnastics program. So you can travel all over the United States, and everybody knows where Roswell Recreation Department's gymnastics program is. We have over 2,000 participants, and of those 2,000 participants, we have about 120 girls team members and about probably half of that boys team members, and all of them have done very well, and they're growing. We're at full capacity with waiting lists, so we're very excited about our program, and we thank you for your support. First of all, I'd like for Ben Wood and Steve Brockman to come up. This is Ben. I don't know who to talk to, you or you. This is Ben. He is our supervisor of our boys program, and he is the primary factor behind it developing like it is, and he's been with us for 15 years, and really he's brought boys gymnastics to this area, and it continues to grow. And this is Steve, and Steve was very involved with the group that did so well at Nationals, and you already met Patrick. So Patrick, where are you? Come on up again. And this is Patrick. He's the one that really put us on the map. So we're very proud of you. So turn around and see your audience. Okay? Okay, thank you. Okay, if I could have the level 6 team come on up, please. Yes. Okay, these young ladies finished first place in the state. There are a lot of gymnastics teams from, South Georgia all the way up. And we had the privilege of hosting the state meet, which we do several times throughout the past years because of our nice facility. And it brings a lot of kids into Roswell to come to the tournament. But it was really extra special for us this year because our team finished first place. And these are our level 6s. Okay. Okay, very quickly when I say your name, just step way forward so they can see who you are, okay?
Take a bow. Y'all do such a good job with the bow.
Yeah, you can take a bow. How about a big salute? Step forward, a big salute. And if I miss somebody, just turn around after it's all done and let me know, okay? I think that I got it right. I don't want to forget anyone. Okay, Rachel Puckett. She finished third place on vault. Ashley Thomas. Second place on beam. These are our top 3 finishers. We actually have more kids than this, but we invited our top 3. So Zoe Hartman, third all around. Hannah Tant, third all around. Different age groups represented here. Tony Houston, she was a state champion on vault. Jordan Lee, second place on floor and third on beam. Ashlyn Chester, third on floor, second on vault, bars, and the all-around. You here? Okay, Abby Yates. She's our state champion on beam. She's third on vault, second on bars, and second all-around. Girls, stay out there till I finish your list, okay? Okay, Annie Prince. She was our state champion on floor. She was state champion all-around. That means she finished highest all-around of all of her events. And she was also third on bars and second on vault. Alex Hawkins. She was our state champion on vault and our state champion on bars. She was second on floor and third all around. Perry Charpitch. She here?
Let's get organized. If you'll hold your applause until all of the achievements are made, then we'll be able to hear exactly what it is. So hold your applause until they complete the announcement.
Okay, Miss Perry. She was also a state champion all around on all the events, and she was second on vault, beam, and bars, and third on bars. Something's wrong with that. Second on vault and beam, and third on bars. Is that right, Perry? Okay, there we go. Okay, Miss Caroline Copenhaver. Okay, let's see. She's not here? Well, okay. Bailey Brown. Bailey has a really big accomplishment here. She was first on bars, she was first on beam, she was first on floor, and she was first on the all-around. That's state champion on all of that. Okay, and Savannah Bailey. Where are you, Savannah? Okay, Savannah was also first on vault, first on bars, first on floor, and first on the all-around. She was also third on beam. Okay, did I leave any state champions out? Okay, all right, very good job, girls. And they were coached by Morgan Arrow, Jason Beliveau, Athena Piakowski, and Christy Brown. And where are they? Okay, all right, okay, where are the coaches? Just stand up right where you are. There we go. Okay, go have a seat,
We
girls.
need the coaches to come forward.
Okay,
get the
let's have
picture.
the level
All
fives
right,
up here,
that's all right.
please.
Hold on.
Level fives, quickly.
Level 5s, okay.
Okay, these young ladies almost finished first in the state. We were missing a few. They finished second place. They were 7/10 out of first place. So we were really trying to do it, but we finished first on several events. And bars was one of them, and I coached that, so yes. Okay. All right, level 5. Let's see, who do we have here? Okay, is Elena here? Okay, Elena, step forward. She was third on vault and third in the all-around. Emma Pettit. She was second on bars, third on beam, and third in the all-around. Okay, and Chandler Furman. She was our state champion on bars, and she was second place all-around. And Miss Anna Boss. She was our state champion on vault, our state champion on floor, our state champion in all-around, and second on bars. Okay, thank you very much.
One more hand for gymnastics.
As you can tell, we're real proud of our gymnastics program, not only our coaches, but our kids as well. Well, just when you think it couldn't get any better, I've got news for you. We have with us today another state champion, and that is within our Adult Recreation Center. So I'm going to call Mary Rummel to come up and introduce our next state champions.
Thank you for letting us come tonight. We're real excited about it. As we continue to grow at the Adult Rec Center, this is one of our other programs that we're real proud of. This is our Roswell Ramblers Almost Singers Choir. They wanted to get together and start a group up, so we started about a year and a half ago. And we competed this past year for the Georgia Recreation and Parks State Talent Show Senior Showcase, and they won first place as first place winners. So we're real proud of them, real excited. So we're going to have them come up and do a little presentation for one of the songs that they sang at the State Talent Showcase. So the Almost Singers. And as they come up, they'll come up and tell their name, and then they're going to get in a line and face the audience. Come on over here this way and say your name and tell them who you are. And this is Beth Michaels, our director of the choir.
Janet Mednick. Say it again. Janet Mednick.
Lynn Seal.
Lila Kavanagh.
John DeLetera. Dick Fritz. I'm George Beecham.
That'll be the bass.
Betty Prescott. Andrea Robinson. Barbara McGowan. Joan Triano.
Hoyt Grant.
As they're getting together, they're going to be singing one of the songs that they sang at the very end that had a standing ovation. So we're real proud of this group and their performances. And if you're wanting them to come perform, let us know. Again, this is the Almost Singers first place winners.
I wish we could get a swimming pool.
In our last presentation, I'll call forward, on behalf of the Roswell Reads program, the president of the Friends of the Roswell Library, Miss Janice Tedford.
And as she's coming, I have a proclamation to read regarding Roswell Reads Month. Whereas reading is an activity of great value to all citizens of all ages and backgrounds, and whereas many communities across the nation have initiated citywide reading programs which have helped in building a greater sense of community, have promoted reading throughout the community, and have helped students understand that reading is important both in and out of school. And whereas the Historic and Cultural Affairs Division of the City of Roswell, in partnership with the Roswell Library, part of the Atlanta-Fulton County Library System, Friends of the Roswell Library, and community volunteers have established Roswell Reads, a citywide reading program, and whereas additional support for the program has been provided by the Roswell Women's Club, the Roswell Junior Women's Club, Roswell High School, Centennial High School, and the Roswell Rotary Club and Kimberly Clark. And whereas the committee has selected My Name is Mary Stutterby by Robin Oliveira to be read during the months of January through March of 2001. And there will be an array of book discussions, programs, and events centered around the selected book to enhance everyone's understanding and enjoyment during the months of February and March. And whereas there will be a literary luncheon featuring the author, Robin Oliveira, on Saturday, March 5th, 2011, as the final event. Now, therefore, I, Jerry Wood, Mayor of the City of Roswell, do hereby proclaim the months of January, February, and March 2011 as Roswell Reads Months, and call upon all of our citizens to recognize this special observance by participating in the Roswell Read citywide program and reading My Name is Mary Sutterby. And with that, we'll recognize our committee.
Thank you very much, Mayor Wood. We appreciate your coming. We always get excited because we don't tell a soul what the book is until tonight. And this is our 6th year, and everybody's been really bugging us. And what in the world is it going to be? We heard that the city of Roswell was going to observe the 150th year from the start of the Civil War, so we picked a book about the Civil War. This is the book, and it's about a young woman in that period who's trying to be a doctor, and women didn't do that back then, but she learned how the hard way through the war. The author, this is her first novel. She's from Seattle. We're bringing her all the way to Roswell from Seattle. And she's a nurse, so she knows the medical field. She also has a degree in writing. So she's been on several literary boards. This is our committee, part of them, and we've been working hard since the first of the summer, selecting the book first and then getting the programs and the discussions all ready to go. And we appreciate everybody participating and learning more about what happened, especially in Roswell, and what happened in the medical field during the Civil War. Thank you very much. And Mayor, we're going to give you a book.
Thank you. Let's have a hand for Roswell Reads. I'm going to give you this proclamation. Thank you very much. Next, I have a proclamation to read on behalf of a citizen of Roswell who is always here to tell us how to run a better city. And I don't always agree with him, but I always appreciate his ideas. And so I'm going to read a proclamation recognizing Samuel Godfrey Evans Jr. Whereas Samuel Godfrey Evans Jr. And Sam, come on forward while I'm reading this. Let's have a hand for Sam. Whereas Sam Evans, a professional engineer, RLS, and Tau Beta Pi member, has been a resident of the city of Roswell for 20 years and a lifelong resident of Georgia. And Sam has been married to Jean Fowler Evans for 55 wonderful years, and from this union has 3 children. Sam Evans III, Lubbock Evans, and Philip, all Citadel graduates. And whereas Sam Evans graduated from Roosevelt High School in 1949, the Citadel in Charleston, South Carolina, and in 1953 where he earns a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering. And upon graduation, he was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the U.S. Air Force and assigned to the 711th Early Warning Radar Squadron in Cape Lisburne, Alaska. So Sam's used to this weather. And whereas in 1958, Sam Evans became a Georgia registered land surveyor, and in 1959, a professional engineer, and in 1961, Sam started his private professional firm, and shortly thereafter received a commission to provide surveying services for the Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. In 1987, Sam was inducted into Tau Beta Pi National Engineering Honor Society, the most prestigious appointment within the civil engineering profession. And whereas for over 20 years, Sam Evans has authored hundreds of Samograms. These are faxes. This was before emails. These letters, authored by Sam, were sent to the Roswell City elected officials concerning issues of the citizens in our community. And Sam was instrumental in the city of Roswell recognizing that every council meeting opened with a Pledge of Allegiance. That's why we began this meeting with the pledge. That was started by Sam. And on November 5th, 2001, Mary J., I selected Sam to be the first person to lead the pledge to the flag at a council meeting on a regular basis. And in December of 1999, Sam was successful in seeing that the city of Roswell installed a needed tornado warning siren systems that have made Roswell a safer place to live. And recently, Sam championed the city to have an all-new incoming committee board members to be inducted in a swearing-in ceremony that includes an oath of office. And although it's not mentioned in here, Sam was instrumental in getting us to close subdivisions who were just temporarily shut down. So we're just passing another ordinance that Sam has brought to our attention. Now, therefore, I, Jerry Wood, Mayor of the City of Roswell, do hereby proclaim December 13th, a cold day in Roswell, 2010, as Sam Evans Jr. Day in the City of Roswell, and ask all of our citizens to recognize and honor Sam's contributions, inspirational work, dedication, and commitment to the City of Roswell. Let's have a hand for Sam Evans. And Sam has never been bashful, so we're going to give Sam an opportunity to speak.
Are we on? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Sam Evans. 22 years I've been...
Sam, you always give your address first, so don't forget that.
Sam Evans, you're right, sir. 150 Chafin Road, Roswell. Well, for 22 years... I've been riding down our streets, and I've been looking right and left, and I see this and I see that. I see roadkills. But most important, what is happening now is that this man back of me with the bow tie brought Roswell out of the horse and buggy era and brought it into the 21st century. And that gentleman sitting on his left one day is going to be on the Georgia Supreme Court. This is David Davison, our city attorney, who gets very little accolades. But I'm tired. 22 years is long enough. Now, it is time that some of my colleagues, some of my citizens, form a committee and become the eyes of Roswell, as I have been, really, I'm almost Irish so pure. I've been right 99, 44, 100% of the time. Roswell is just absolutely in a unique situation. Now, I failed. Now you hear the good stuff about me. But let me tell you my failures. One failure is, and here's a good example. If we were at a Roswell football game, we'd be televised. But here we are sitting down here in 24-degree weather, and our 100,000 citizens cannot see what's going on here. I had one city councilman, long gone, bless his heart, but he said the reason we're not going to televise these council meetings is that we don't want the citizens to showboat. I'm not showboating. I believe that there is enough new members on the city council, probably led by Betty Price, that will probably consider televising our council meetings. When I first started 22 years ago, we had 35,000 citizens. Now we got 100,000 citizens. And it's time we enter the television age so our citizens can see what's going on. Another failure. Like I said, 22 years ago, 35,000 citizens, six members of council. Now we got 100,000 citizens. We still have 6 members of council. 22 years ago, they represented 6,000 people. Today, they represent 12,000 people. We need district representation in this city. Now, the way you get district representation, the city council has got to let the citizens vote on it. Then if the citizens vote on district representation, then it goes to the legislature. But it will never get to the legislature if the city council does not let the citizens of this city work on it. Now, the greatest tool that a citizen of Roswell has right now, it's called open records. Now, open records, that's where my samograms come from. And I had 6 boxes of samograms, probably 10,000 samograms I've sent to this city. But the open records is the greatest tool that we as citizens of Roswell have to keep our city strong. Now, what's great about open records is it doesn't have to just be on a letter, an email, or a fax. You can pick up the telephone, call the city clerk and say, I want to know this under open records. Do it. It's time that somebody takes my place. I'm tired. This city needs the eyes, an eyes committee, which I've been for 22 years. And it's time that and hopefully somebody that hears my voice tonight will come in, y'all form a committee, and take my place. I'm ready to bug out. Roswell is proud. I am proud of my fellow engineers at the city of Roswell. We've had so many transportation directors. Now we got a live one. We got a good transportation director, Colonel Steve Ossenbeck. We got a good public works director, Steve Morin. So that's about all. It's been a fine run. I've had a fine run, but I'm tired, and I wish you all a very Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Sam. Sam, I don't think anybody will ever replace you, but we've got lots of citizens here tonight that I'm glad you had a chance to talk to them. Sam is a great example of what one citizen can do to influence his government. It does require work. It does require persistence, and whether it's faxes or email, it does require communicating this council. But Sam is a good example of how you can have an impact on your city and make it a better place to live. And I don't always agree with Sam, but Sam's heart is always in the right place. And I can't tell you he's right 99% of the time, but he's right more often than not. Sam, thank you for coming tonight. Now we're to the business part of this meeting. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Motion by Councilmember Diamond. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Wynn. Does anyone in the audience have any questions regarding the consent agenda? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously. At this time, I'll call upon Councilmember Betty Price, liaison of the Community Development Department, to call that part of the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first item on the community development agenda is CU10-04 and CV10-02 regarding 11,000 Alpharetta Highway, Andretti Indoor Karting and Games. To give us the details is Brad Townsend, Planning and Zoning Director.
Thank you, Dr. Price. This application is for a conditional use and concurrent variance for a commercial recreational facility outdoor located in the C3 zoning district at 11,000 Alpharetta Highway. The request is by Andretti Indoor Karting and Gaming. This is the aerial map of the location surrounded by the red box. There is northwest of the property, the northwest corner of Alpharetta Highway and Howes Way. It's approximately 9 acres in size, contains an existing 98,000 square foot building and an existing over 500 parking spaces. The council should be aware that the Board of Zoning Appeals will have a hearing tomorrow evening, December 14th. This is at the request of James Bradford, who is requesting interpretation of Zoning Ordinance Chapter 10.0, 10.5, and 17.1.4 dealing with this property. This is an administrative decision of 2 determinations that I've made related to the site plans. These are the particular code sections. They're dealing with setbacks of an active recreational facility as a principal use. The section in Chapter 17 deals with the interpretation of the parking code of the number of parking requirements for the Andretti site plan. This application has had extensive reviews. They have been reviewed by the Design Review Board on September 7th. The Planning Commission heard this on October 19th. Planning Commission also had a hearing on November 16th. There have been several studies which are in your backup material. There was a noise survey on September 14th, a noise survey on November 4th. The city hired Newcomb and Boyd to provide a peer review of both noise surveys. The applicant also provided a response to the community dealing with inquiries of the noise information. This is a figure from the noise survey indicating the locations that the measurements were taken, and I'm sure the applicant will provide details relating to that information. Some of the specifics about the application. This is a request from the applicant dealing with hours of operation. As you can see, there are 2 specific dealings with school time as well as summertime. Most of them are dealing from 11 a.m. to later in the evening, some of them ending at 12 or 1 a.m. in the morning. This is a graphic of the site plan showing the layout of the proposed 2 tracks on the southern portion of the parking lot area along Howes Way. This is a graphic representation shown to the Design Review Board of some look of the existing or proposed facility in which the carts and the people riding the carts would be under along Howes Way. This is a proposed or parking breakdown dealing with the uses that are currently established inside the building, as well as the proposed outdoor course. As you can see, they have provided 386 parking spaces. According to these calculations, is my determination that they would only need 385. Staff recommends approval of this application with conditions. The Planning Commission recommended approval at their November November meeting with conditions. These were the 2 recommended conditions by staff dealing with the site plan as well as the existing lighting for the parking lot. There were 3 recommended conditions dealing with this by the Planning Commission. The first one dealing with the hours of operation, that they would cease by 1 p.m. on the outside. The second condition deals with the administrative appeal of my determination. If the Board of Zoning Appeals overturns my decisions, the site plan would be null and void. The third condition dealt with screening, dealing with the noise as well as landscaping of the area. In summary, staff would recommend approval, and Planning Commission recommended approval of this application. If you have any questions.
Council, any questions?
Could you clarify the bearing of the BZA, which I believe is meeting tomorrow, their determination on what we do here tonight? I'm not entirely clear. If they go one way or the other, does it make any difference what we do tonight?
I'm going to ask David, but I'll start with it. My determinations is that the site plan brought before you is in compliance with those sections of the code. Mr. Bradford is indicating that he thinks that my determinations are wrong. So the site plan in front of you meets code as I have determined. If BZA rules in Mr. Bradford's favor, then the site plan doesn't stand the code requirements and would require other variances to be before you.
So that means it would come back again, or what?
David? He's asking if it would come back to them.
Come back to mayor and council. The council has expressed in the past a desire for all variances coming forward with a rezoning or a conditional use to be concurrent variances with that to come to council. However, we also do not allow site plans to be altered 10 days before, after 10 days prior to a council meeting. So basically, if the council acts tonight, it would be a conditional approval, and the applicant would have to come back either to council or to BZA at the council's consideration, however the council would want to word the condition. If BZA rules in Mr. Bradford's favor, they would have to come back to you for the other variances that would be required. If they uphold Brad's decision, the zoning director's decision, then your approval could just go forward as is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. At this time, we'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Thank you so much for joining us this cold evening and for hearing our application this evening. I do also want to thank the members of the Planning Commission, who are here in attendance this evening, as well as our many friends and neighbors of the great city of Roswell. We are looking for your approval of our application for a conditional use. We would like to run 2 outdoor go-kart tracks in our south parking lot. That is why we're here tonight. It has been a long process. In front of you, you have all the backup materials of all the sound studies and all of the demonstrations that we have done. You've seen the conceptual drawings, and we just saw them again here. The site plan is, as it is right now, in compliance as determined by the zoning director. I have here with me tonight Mr. Brad Riffle from AEC. If you have any specific questions about the site itself. I also have here this evening Dr. Ken Cunifer of Arpeggio Acoustics, who did conduct the second sound study, the first study as well, to answer any noise-specific questions you may have. I also have here this evening with us Wendy Butler, legal counsel for us. Basically, we are here. That's why we're here. We're asking for your approval tonight of our conditional use application to operate 2 outdoor go-kart tracks, the economic and intrinsic value of which will benefit the city of Roswell. And at this time, I would like to bring up Wendy Butler to address some of the legal concerns that have been raised.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I will ask for your patience in bearing with my voice this evening. It's getting better every day, but I do apologize. It's very froggy. In any event, again, my name is Wendy Butler. My address is 7000 Central Parkway, Atlanta, Georgia 30328, and I am counsel for Andretti Indoor Karting Operations. And I would like to take a moment to specifically address the question that came up earlier, which is, what is the impact on the Board of Zoning Appeals decision tomorrow? And I would like to urge you to move forward with your vote this evening, and I'm going to tell you why I think that is not only legally prudent and legally necessary, but in the best interest of not only the applicant, but also in the citizens of Roswell. In particular, as you all know, a conditional use has very specific standards by which it must be reviewed legally, as does a concurrent variance. This application has proceeded through the zoning process and specifically with 23 standards that have been analyzed by the staff, analyzed by the Planning Commission, concerns have come up from the community. Those concerns have been addressed by experts, the applicant's experts, who not only did it one time, but then heard community concerns and came back and addressed those concerns again. And then the city also hired their own independent expert, all to deal with the question of whether or not this was going to have adverse impacts related to noise. The facts are clear that in the residential communities, the decibel levels will be inaudible. They will be between 55 dBA and 60 dBA. And one of the things that I provided for you today was a chart of decibel levels of everyday sounds. Daytime sound in a quiet suburban neighborhood, 55 decibels. The issue of whether or not the proposed karting operations will be heard and have an adverse impact related to noise has been concluded by not only our experts, but yours as well. The issue of whether or not this proposed use is compatible with nearby zonings and nearby adjacent development has been determined by your planning staff and your planning commission. And those conclusions are sound. Every one of the standards have been met, and you have a recommendation of approval by your staff and a planning commission unanimous recommendation of approval by the planning commission. The question that we are here tonight seems to be addressing is, should you defer until after the Board of Zoning Appeals hears their case tomorrow or not? And I will tell you, you should not defer. And the reason is, your standards are different than the standards for an application for an administrative appeal of an interpretation of an ordinance. We feel very strongly about the case that we have tomorrow and really feel very comfortable that the Board of Zoning Appeals will rule in our favor. However, what if they don't? If they don't, that muddies the water of all of the standards of both of these applications.
Ms. Butler, I'm going to ask this council to make a decision tonight.
Good. Can I finish? Or can I make it another minute? I think that's right.
I want you to continue on. I don't want you to spend too much time on the issue of deferral.
Okay, good. Outstanding. But I want to also suggest why it is the appropriate thing for the citizens and for the applicant. Because if the Board of Zoning Appeals rules against the planning director tomorrow, then if you rule tonight, the applicant knows it must go get a variance. We would ask you to approve it and approve it site plan specific. And then we know very clearly legally the next step is the only way we can move forward with that site plan is ask for a variance. And we will apply for a variance to the Board of Zoning Appeals. However, if you don't and you defer tonight and they rule against the planning staff tomorrow, what do? We can't amend the application because you have a requirement that there must be a decision within 60 days of when your public planning commission hearing occurs. We can't amend that application. Where do we go? If you deny it, we can't come back. The variance request would relate to a setback requirement that we don't believe applies. In this district, the building is in the setback. Are we going to remove the building? The only issue, really, are we going to remove the building for purposes of this application? Or are we going to put a buffer along Howes Road, Howes Way, in front of a commercial corridor because that would be the right thing to do? We are really muddying the waters, generally and legally. If there is a decision tonight on this application that is based on anything other than the conditional use standards and the variance standards that are in the applications before you, it is a burden and a hardship on this applicant, legally and practically, if there is not a decision. And there is no benefit for the community because it is irrelevant on whether or not the Board of Zoning Appeals rules in favor or not on this application tonight. We have a remedy if the board doesn't approve. If the Board of Zoning Appeals doesn't approve, we'll apply for a variance. Thank you. If you have any questions, we'd like to reserve any time for rebuttal. We'll be happy to take any questions you have.
Mrs. Butler, I think it would be worthwhile to address not the deferral question, but the standards that you believe you have met. And I know there's going to be issues about the noise, and so rather I would like to get these issues out on the table now rather than saving them for rebuttal so the audience will have an opportunity to respond to your position.
Absolutely. I will talk in general terms about the planning analysis, but we also have a sound expert here who has done the studies over and over again, taken measurements. The issue before the planning staff and unconditional use relates to whether or not the conditional use is appropriate in light of the precedent, is appropriate in light of adjacent and nearby uses, will have an adverse impact on infrastructure such as traffic, schools, sewers, those kinds of things. This proposed operation has been a successful operation for many, many years with no adverse impacts on any adjacent properties. From a zoning perspective, this site has been zoned C3, heavy commercial corridor, but heavy commercial since 2003. Since 2000 when it was brought into the city. And it was a warehouse before that. There's an industrial zoning district. It was a warehouse, Pace Warehouse, before it became Andretti in 2003. This has been a very successful use. I live in DeKalb County, and I've come up here and had birthday parties for my children here. It is a family business that a lot of people had a lot of fun at. The proposed expansion relates to 2 outdoor tracks, a use of which has not only existed in the city and other locations with no adverse impacts. They went out of business, and that's unfortunate. The question here is, will the outdoor track have an adverse impact on the industrial zoning adjacent, on the used car dealership across the street, on the heavy commercial corridor of Alpharetta Highway? Where the track is proposed sits at a topographic level that is much lower than Howes Road, which provides a natural berm, which also is a sound barrier. We've heard claims that people traveling along the road will be distracted by the karting. Also, though, it sits down. There are only 2 points where you can actually see the karting operation. And in fact, the applicant is proposing to add additional landscaping to enhance the visibility of the site, and to aesthetically, and meet the updated landscape code that will also prevent any sort of distraction along the road. In fact, I would suggest that a complete buffer along any commercial corridor can provide more of a traffic hazard than a karting operation. Additionally, the question is noise. And so what they did, which is a great thing for any business to do before they file, they have a demonstration. They hire sound experts because, of course, the perception is going to be noisy. So their sound experts model the existing cart operation, the proposed cart operation. They set up sound monitors all over the place in all of the residential communities around there. They did much more than a 3-hour period.
opportunity to comment before the night is over. But anybody who interrupts will be taken out of this room. So, if I hear another comment from you, before you're recognized, you will be ejected from the room. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And I apologize for interrupting, but I want you to have the floor.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I understand, I think we all understand, that there is a perception and a fear that this is going to be a negative impact. And understanding decibel levels is not something the lay people, any people, even people who are not sound experts, don't comprehend. And fears drive perceptions and zoning decisions. But the fact of the matter is that there are sciences on these specific things, and there is a way to model these specific uses. And that's what they have done. And the experts, both ours and yours, have confirmed clearly that there is no audible sound from the karting operations with the expansion outdoors from the karting operations in any of the residential neighborhoods.
Ms. Butler, I think it'd be appropriate during your presentation to hear from the expert rather than just your summary of his testimony.
I totally agree. In fact, that's where I was going to stop, because I think I have summarized the summarized the standards of review for a conditional use permit and for the variances, and I have summarized the findings of the sound studies and reminded you of your obligation to base your decision on the facts and those standards. I would like to have the sound experts come up.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. DiPolito, Councilmember DiPolito has a question before you sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Butler,
Yes.
you mentioned that you could not submit a new site plan if this were to be deferred. You made the comment that if Mr. Townsend's ruling was overturned, you would not be able to submit a site plan. Could you elaborate on that? I don't understand.
Yes, it is my understanding that in the City of Roswell ordinance, and I apologize I don't have the provision in front of me, that a final decision by City Council must be made within, I believe it's 60 days after the Planning Commission meeting. It's also my understanding, which is before, I believe it's the first week in January. It's also my understanding that you cannot submit an amended site plan this late in the process and have it reviewed. Therefore, and if we submit a site plan, if the Board of Zoning Appeals doesn't rule in our favor tomorrow, the site plan would have to include additional variances. It's my understanding it's too late in the process to amend the application to include the variances that would be necessary, because there's no way the building can be moved. We would have to ask for a variance for the building in the setback, and the site plan has to stay the same because we can't put a buffer in the parking lot, whether it's there existing now or whether it has karting operations. So I believe we are too far in the process to amend our application to include the variances that would be necessary in this process to be reviewed by this board before our time period is up pursuant to the ordinance.
Can I get a clarification from the city attorney? I'm just trying to understand the technicalities.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think the last day it could come back to council is January 10th. So that's a month. I think we allow plan revisions up to 10 days prior to a council hearing. And this council could, if it's in their wish, if they want to condition if they defer it, they could allow the applicant to, if they lose at the BZA tomorrow, they could allow them to apply for their variance in that interim time. I don't know how close we'd be on any kind of advertising requirements.
I was going to say, it's not just the site plan. The site plan amendment is not the difficult part. It's where we are in the process in the public notification period for additional variances which have not yet been noticed.
When it comes to deferral tonight, I would ask this council to, unless there's information that you do not have tonight, to make a decision. There are a lot of people who come here tonight to have to express their opinion. I don't want to have to go through, I don't think they and I want to go through this hearing twice. I don't think the applicant wants to go through it twice. I think unless there's some information that you need, I hope that you'll be able to make a decision tonight based upon the facts that are before you. Because I don't think it's in the benefit of either the folks who are for this or the folks who are opposed to this to simply defer it unless there's really a key piece of information that you need. So if there's information you need, counsel, please let me know. But I hope that y'all will be able to make a decision tonight to, what's that old story, James? Give me some relief. Shoot up here amongst us and give one of us some relief.
Mr. Mayor.
The Jerry Clower story. You're going to tell me about that story in a little while. All right.
Mr. Mayor, the reason for the clarification was it sounded like even if a decision was made tonight, then there's potential for them to have to come back anyway. So aren't we doing this twice regardless?
Well, let's get a clarification. Mr. Davidson, if there is a decision tonight, whether it's a conditional in support of this based upon that variance or it's a denial, will this have to come back to us if we make a decision tonight?
The way that Ms. Butler worded it, if the council made it site plan specific, their approval, then if the BZA overturns Brad's decision, then they would have to come back with a change to the site plan to this council. They would also have to get the variance from the BZA, so that it would have to come back before they could do anything on this property if council voted to approve this.
If council votes to approve this tonight and it's
site plan specific,
and it's site plan specific, if it goes to the Board of Zoning Appeals and they deny the appeal, will it have to come back?
No.
So if they deny it, but if they grant the appeal, then it might have to come back. So there's a possibility it would have to come back.
Could I ask for a clarification on that? Because I believe if they vote on site plan specific tonight, if the BZA does not uphold Brad, we don't have to come back here. We have to go get a variance in order to make the site plan conform with what the city council approved.
No, if they approve it to the site plan, you're going to have to do a site plan amendment, and that comes to council.
If it's overturned. Brad is not overturned?
If Brad is overturned and they approve it site plan specific, you'll have to come back to this body to change the site plan, even with a variance, because they made it conditioned on that site plan.
So they may have to come back, they may not have to come back based on this decision tonight. If we deny this request, it's final. If we grant this request for a conditional approval, it may or may not have to come back to us. I still think it's best to go ahead and make a decision tonight if we know if the council has all the information available to it. But any other questions? This isn't the time to debate
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a follow-up? You brought up a good point. If it is denied, does the hearing still occur tomorrow? Because in the event the applicant would want to appeal that decision, do they still have their hearing tomorrow?
It would still go forward, and that would be an interpretation question that we would use going forward from what they hear tomorrow night. So it wouldn't just apply to this application. It would be an application of Brad's interpretation of the code, and if BZA overturns Brad's interpretation, then we would have a different interpretation of the code at that time.
So the hearing would be held regardless.
What needs to be understood is tonight's hearing is about the use. Tomorrow night's BZA hearing is about an interpretation of two sections of the code, not specifically the use, just parking numbers and buffer and building setbacks. That's what BZA will be hearing.
Any other questions? This time you can call your next speaker.
At this time, I would like to introduce Dr. Ken Cunither to briefly summarize the surveys that we did with regard to noise. Thank you very much. Ken Cunifer, Arpeggio Acoustic Consulting, 1947 Aspen Drive Northeast, Atlanta 30345. I believe you have the copies of our reports in your materials. Just to briefly summarize, there was an initial survey performed back in September, middle of September, where there was both a trial with go-karts in operation on the property, as well as an extended duration survey at a location near the Brookdale-Chambrel subdivision. In response to some concerns that were raised in this process, we repeated that survey on November 4th of this year, sampling a much more extensive area, both in the immediate vicinity and extended ranges away from Andretti's. The conditions for the survey on the night of November 4th were quite conducive for sound propagating to long range. Ground level inversion, trapping cold air near the ground, low wind speeds. That is going to encourage sound to go to long range, and being November, most of the deciduous trees had already dropped their leaves. So any vegetation attenuation, limited as it may have been, was also at its minimum. Mr. Townsend had a graphic up earlier that showed the locations where we had meters during the course of the survey. One more back, at least. Right. One more back. Or have we skipped it? Keep going. Don't you just love technology sometimes? There we go. The red dots and numbered locations are the points where we had sound level meters set up over the course of the survey. The survey on November 4th involved approximately 20 carts, represented to us by Andretti as being the population of vehicles that they would have had in operation during their proposed use. These carts were run in sustained operation heats of anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes while we were taking measurements at the various locations. We would then have them idle down while we continued to make measurements so that we could see the impact of the carts going from effectively a quiet idle condition to full power on. The location indicated by the number 1 was a station that we had set up in continuous operation over the entire duration of the survey, which lasted from approximately 9 in the evening to almost 11. Locations 2, 3, and 5 were essentially sampling adjacent commercial properties, and on those properties there was a measurable impact and an audible impact. At location 4, which is on the corner of House Way and House Road, there was no measurable impact. The only audible evidence of the carts could only be heard when there was no traffic on the adjacent roads. At locations 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13, all those are being out in the residential areas, there was no measurable impact, there was no audible impact. Being very conservative, I am not going to say that this Andretti's would be inaudible under all conditions. I can certainly tell you, though, that the conditions for which it to be audible much beyond House Road and House Way would require extremely quiet ambient conditions, which are probably not going to exist under very common conditions in your community. When we were out at these locations, we were hearing traffic on distant roads, not even associated with House Road or Alpharetta Highway. We're hearing air traffic going in and out of Dobbins, McCollum. We did not hear Andretti's. With that, I'll answer any questions.
Does the council have any questions? Councilmember Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Conifer, is that right?
Close enough, ma'am.
Okay, conifer, probably.
Conifer only when I hit a tree while skiing, ma'am.
Okay. How about Ken? Refresh my memory, date and time of the second noise study?
The second survey was on a Thursday night, November 4th. We started at approximately 9 and finished at around 11 in the evening.
11 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the three commercials, 2, 3, and 5, that you said had an audible impact, do you know the names of those companies?
I'm sorry, ma'am, not off the top of my head. I believe to the south that was an auto dealership.
Okay.
Number 3, I believe, was there toward the corner of Roswell Bicycles, was it not? And then number 5 was back in that office complex that's right there. I don't know the name of that complex, I'm sorry.
That's that office condominium, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, I had an interesting email from one of the neighbors, and I think this is a pretty good question, so I'm going to see if you can answer this one for me. They were saying on a Sunday night, about 10 o'clock in the evening, there's probably not going to be that much traffic on Houseway and Alpharetta, and have you all ever thought about doing a traffic study on that time of night when, you were talking about ambient noises? And another thing, number 2, is the weather, how the weather's going to be, how the wind is going to be blowing, because I live 3 miles from Verizon, and certain times I could charge admission in my bedroom so you can come hear the concert. But it's not all the time. It's just certain weather conditions. So have you all, when you did your study, did you take into account, like on a 10 o'clock on a Sunday night when it's going to be a lot quieter because usually people are home, and weather conditions on your noise study?
The noise study, we did take into account the weather conditions, and we were watching it very carefully. One of the things that can cause problems with a noise survey, such as what we were attempting, is excessive winds. And we were graced that day that the winds fell early enough that we had relatively calm conditions during the time of the survey. The temperature that night was one where, had there been something going on at Verizon, you probably would have been able to hear them, because it's what's called an inversion. Inversion traps sound near the ground.
Sorry, sir, but when I heard Verizon last time, it was a clear sky, but I'll argue that point.
It's exactly right. Clear sky gives you very rapid ground level cooling. That's why clear sky, you can hear it. Brad, could you bring up this thing on the screen real quickly, please? Your question about time of day very much goes to the fact that human activity noise, which in this instance provides an awful lot of what I would call the masking effect, does depend upon time of day and even weekday versus weekend. This is the noise measurements at the Brookdale Shambrel subdivision from September 14th into the morning of the 15th. And you'll see the noise level starting at around 10:30 on that night, right here, starting to gradually fall off by about 4 dB into the deep morning hours. And that is very characteristic of human activity noises. It gets quieter late at night. Sunday nights will tend to be your quietest times. Sunday mornings, just about as equal. Friday nights and Saturday nights, because we tend to be out and very active as humans, particularly in summertime, you get very late. That time before you see this fall off gets pushed to later and later hours. It's those sort of considerations which why I'll always qualify my statement. I can't guarantee inaudibility for all times under all conditions. I do know, though, that the levels there are going to be so low that it's going to take extraordinarily quiet times for Andretti to be heard over any sort of traffic on adjacent roads. House Road and House Way were extremely effective masking sounds for everything to the west.
And just one follow-up. Do you know what the decibel levels were at 2, 3, and 5?
At location 2, the average continuous level with the carts in operation was approximately 63. At point 3, it was 62. And at location 5, it was 49. I'd like to point out, though, that any time a vehicle drove by keep getting those mixed up, House Way, the levels would actually go up. Traffic, even at locations 2, 3, and 5, traffic on the adjacent roads was louder than Andretti's sustained operation.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Question, what was the without the carts, what was the level of sound at those locations? If it was 62, 63 with the carts, what was it when the carts weren't running in that same time period?
At location 2, it would have been around 53. So with the carts in operation, there was a 10 dB impact at that location. Similarly, so for location 3. Location 5 was an approximately 5 dB impact. 5, yes ma'am. And those are all commercial uses.
Other questions? Councilman Aglehart.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On September 16th, there was a letter written from your company, Mr. Fondue, signed by Jesse Enert.
Enert, yes, sir.
Right? That's pretty close. And in the last few paragraphs, it talks about somewhat of what Councilwoman Wynn just said, and some of you just said, that there is a slight chance that the operation of 20 go-karts in the proposed outdoor track would be audible at some outdoor locations, particularly ones remote from Howes Road during daytime hours. And you go further, as the distance from Howes Road and the receiver position is increased, the masking sound level from the road would decrease at a faster rate than that of the go-karts, and the sound of the go-karts may actually become slightly more audible. And then further, that with typical construction and closed windows, we do not expect that go-karts would be audible inside residences at the community. And I think from certainly these tests, a lot of that's true, but I guess my concern is what you just said there in the other aspect, and is that still the case after the second testing? But that we're looking at, over time and over distance and conditions, things can be heard. And our concern is not so much, I think, people inside. You're probably right that far away, you're inside, you're not going to hear much. But the real concern is on weekends, on weekend nights when people are outside, most likely, and of course we're talking likely during the summer months. There probably will be conflict, so that's
the
my question.
Report from September 16th did not have the benefit of all the sampling at each of the remote locations, where we actually then got an appreciation for the degree of other human activity impact sounds at each of those locations. So while true, those statements in that first report were not informed then of ambient levels that actually existed in the community. In the summer, when we're going to be outside, doing what we do in the enjoyment of our property, we're going to be making those sorts of human activity sounds that will provide even additional masking above and beyond the traffic sounds. The environmental noise surveys that I've done in the Atlanta area show that your weeknights and your Friday and Saturday nights are almost indistinguishable in level. Saturday mornings and Sunday nights, you can tell them apart from the other activity, from the other days of the week, but not the other nights. I'm not sure I fully answered your question, sir.
For that part, yes, I think that's okay. It's fine. And I don't know, I guess it's a subjective question on that, because there are, as you said, there are numerous things that you can hear at different times, regardless of whatever efforts are made in testing and things like that. And I guess that's the concern, obviously, is that, yes, we have tests that show all these things in this particular instance, in this particular conditions, but as you said, you can't guarantee what that actual impact will be across the future.
I can assert with confidence that the noise ordinance will be met. I can assert with confidence that the noise levels west of Houseway will be unmeasured, under most conditions, unmeasurably different from the ambient. One of the things with human hearing, once you become attuned to a sound, and for some reason you find it objectionable, you're going to be able to pick it out, even in the midst of background noise. For example, this electronic sound that had occurred behind me. The noise levels in this room were such that it was just, you would not have been able to measure its impact, but you could hear it, you could pick up on it. Just as when we were out doing the noise surveys in the communities, I heard a Harley-Davidson motorcycle go by in the distance. I don't like Harleys. Apologies to anybody who has one. But it's the nature of us, of the wonderful filtering mechanism we have in our ears to be able to pick up on these things. Something may be audible and yet not be measurably distinct from the ambient noise level. But does that necessarily make it a nuisance? It's an individual question, not something you can ascribe to an entire population.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember DiPolito.
As far as the constant sound from these vehicles, how does that contribute to the overall noise pollution, if you will, in the area? If there's, maybe that's not the right phrase, but you refer to ambient noise. Even if you have a lot of noise at a certain decibel level, doesn't it become a lot? I mean, you understand my question? What I'm trying to ask is, it seems like you can have one item that's making some sound.
Mm-hmm.
But if you've got 60 items that are making sound, even at the same decibel level, doesn't that become more apparent? I'm not familiar exactly with how sound works.
1 versus 60, yes. In dB levels, and dB very closely reflects how we perceive sounds in terms of just absolute levels. If I've got 10 carts running on a track, and I measure or perceive a certain level from the operation, if I now double the number of carts, go to 20 carts, the measured level will go up by only 3 dB. And you might not be able to perceive that level difference. It takes about a 5 dB difference in level for you to actually be able to perceive it as a noticeable difference in level. And yet so that would take roughly, going from 10 carts to 40 carts would produce about a 6 dB difference. It's 3 dB per every doubling of number of sources. So if I go from 10 to 20, I add 3. If I go from 20 to 40, I add another 3. So I'm 6 dB, additional from what it was without the carts, or with just the 10 carts. 6 dB I'm going to notice. But I'm not going to perceive it as a doubling of the level. Human hearing is such that you've got to have a 10 dB change in the noise level approximately before you perceive it as being twice as loud, which would require something like 10, 20, 40, 80 carts, which is not going to be the operating condition of the use of that facility.
Councilmember Diner.
That brings me to a question, Ken, that might actually not be yours, but I see in my notes anywhere from 10 to 40 carts. Can you verify, or can someone tell me exactly how many maximum we're talking about?
The absolute maximum number of carts that we can have running, we will have running at any one time, is 20. And of that 20, 10 have a larger engine, 10 have the smaller engine. That is absolute maximum that we will run.
Councilmember Wynn.
I follow up on that one. Okay, you said 20 running, but how many of the carts out of those 40 will be idling? I mean, I'd like
there
to know
is no 40. There's no 40 carts. We'll have 20 carts running, either idle or in full throttle.
So the 40 in the report is not correct?
We may have 40 carts available, but not all operating at the same time. You operate in heats. You have a heat of 10 carts.
So you'd say you put one out for maintenance and put another one or something like that?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Other questions? Thank you, sir.
That is the summation of our presentation for you this evening. Just want to thank you again for your attention and consideration in this matter.
Councilmember Price, did you have a question?
I do. What is the distance from the corner, I guess, where number 1 was measured? What is the distance from there to the nearest residence?
It's actually listed in one of the sound studies. In study number 1, it does discuss that the approximate distance from location 1 to location 2 is 140 feet, and 250 feet. I'm sorry, I'm reading that wrong. Yep, distance from location 1 to 2, which is across the street, not a residential area, is 140 feet. For locations 2 and 3, I don't have the answer to your question at this one here in front of me. Here we go. Okay. I have a distance of 900 feet from location 1 to Roswell Chambrel, the Brookdale Chambrel location.
But are there not some apartments that are closer, townhomes?
Probably.
They may be. I don't have the distances exactly.
Okay, and I know I asked staff the other day, what was the distance from the old karting place to any resident, and sorry, I think Brad got me that. Did you get me something?
Yeah, the location of the Star Time carts across Commerce Parkway to the apartment complexes were anywhere from 120 to 130 feet.
So in the past, we've approved go-karts within 130 feet of residences.
Yes.
Any other questions? Councilmember Wynn.
Just one other question. Seeing your application about the public hours of operation. In summertime, on Friday and Saturday, you want it run to 1 a.m., and I think Planning Commission said 11 p.m. on all days. Am I correct on that?
You are correct in that. There was also a comment made from the Planning Commission about the noise issue is an ordinance issue, which becomes a code enforcement issue. And we've demonstrated that we can operate, we will operate within the noise ordinance. And there's, the Planning Commission question was whether or not they really needed to put that condition on, specifically with regard to hours of operation, specifically to the noise. Because again, it is an ordinance issue. And as long as we operate, which we've demonstrated that we can and will, there may not be a reason to put a condition like that on there.
Well, if we do put a condition on there, you wouldn't be. I'm just asking your opinion about if we decide to put a condition on hours of operation.
Should you decide to put a condition on us, we would still move forward with the project. It would not make or break us at this point.
Thank you.
Councilmember Diamond.
I don't see anything in the drawings about what I'm not sure what the word is, what the bumpers are around or the barriers are on the track. Is that, what kind of material, what does that look like?
They are made of a hard plastic material. They are about 20 inches tall, 6 foot in length, 20 inches tall, and about 18 inches wide. And they are hollow, and in them, at certain areas of the track, we would add ballast in the form of gravel, perhaps water. The barriers themselves sit on top of the surface. They're not physically attached to the parking lot, and they're designed specifically to work with the carts, to keep the driver, to absorb the energy, to deflect the energy, to keep the carts on the ground and in the track and moving in a safe direction.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Fondue, the cart storage, when they're not in use, I understand when you're operating, they'll be under that tent, correct?
Mm-hmm.
When in the evenings, where do you plan on storing them?
They will live under the tent. Even through the evenings, they will be chained to the curb and to the ground. We have the potential for the canopy structure to add walls, if you will. The final design of the canopy structure has yet to be determined, but essentially, the original plan, the way we operate another park that we have down in Florida, is that the carts live in the pit area and that they're secured where they are.
Mr. Townsend, is that an issue with outdoor storage?
No.
It's not. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Diamond.
Hold on. I had another question from Mr. Townsend. Councilmember Price had asked about the other track that was at start time.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, there was a block wall that separated the track from the residences. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember how tall that block wall was?
I don't remember how tall it was.
It seemed like it was 6 or 8 feet.
Probably 6 to 8 feet, at least on the Commerce Parkway side.
So the distance was comparable, but there was a solid masonry wall separating the two. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Diamond.
Okay, Mr. Fondue, can you tell me a little bit about your Florida property, where that is, and what's around it?
Sure. We operate a number of locations in Florida, 3 of which are in Daytona Beach, Florida, 1 of which is in Melbourne, Florida. The operation in Melbourne, Florida is very similar to what we do here, except that it is outdoors as opposed to indoors, whereas we are fully contained indoors. The outdoor go-kart tracks in Melbourne are the exact that we use and plan to use here in Atlanta. In fact, there is a residential area actually abutting and adjacent to the park in Melbourne with condominium complexes on 2 sides. And we have been in operation at that facility for 13 years and have not had any noise complaints.
Do you have any other recreational facilities in that complex? Are you the only, is karting the only thing you do? Do you have putt-putt, boats, any of that kind of stuff?
At that location, there is putt-putt, there's bumper boats. They have actually 3 go-kart tracks outdoors. They have a rock wall, as well as the 18-hole miniature golf.
And do you know if those condos are single-family residences, or are they rentals, or?
I don't know. I'm sorry, they are single-family residences.
Any other questions of council? Councilmember Price.
I attended the second sound study, and I was frankly quite impressed that I couldn't hear anything, far from the property. But be that as it may, there was a significant difference in the carts. Like, I understand you wish to have a adult circuit and a children's circuit, and what would be the horsepowers at each one?
That's correct. The plans are for 2 tracks, one of which will be dedicated for smaller children and families. Similar to what we do indoor, we have a small oval track for our junior racers starting at 8 years old. The outdoor track will be similar in that it will be using a slower cart with a smaller engine. The small concession cart, as they're known, has a 6.5 horsepower Honda engine. The other track on the outdoor will be the same as what we run indoors, which is a 9 horsepower Honda engine, and that's the only difference between the 2 carts essentially is the size of the engine.
And is that the size of the engines used in the second sound study?
Yes, ma'am. The second sound study, we actually brought 10 carts up from our place in Florida because I don't have any of the smaller carts here in Atlanta right now. So we did. We brought up 10 carts from Florida to use in the demonstration so that we could provide as real world an experience as possible.
And is the horsepower what makes the sound? I mean, is that relevant, or?
It is. I mean, the bigger engine is a bit louder than the smaller engine.
Just for clarification, how many carts and what size carts were running when we did the sound test?
We had 20 carts total, 10 of your larger 9 horsepower engines, 10 of their smaller 6.5 horsepower engines.
Thank you. Other questions, council? Councilmember Price.
If this were passed, does it, would it, as far as usage goes, does it still go to DRB for things such as buffers or berms or other
Yes, ma'am, it does.
visuals?
Yes.
So it goes to DRB again, okay?
Other questions? Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Fondue, would you elaborate a little bit on what kind of events you're planning on having here? I understand there's kind of the family side of it, but there's also, aren't there going to be competitions? I've kind of heard some of that. If you would just describe what the facility is going to be used for.
The outdoor track will be used for exactly the same things that we use our indoor tracks for. 75% of our business is family entertainment, what we call a la carte transient business. The additional 25% is corporate or social planned events. These are events where corporate teams will come out and have a meeting. Corporations have a meeting and then a meal and entertainment for the afternoon. We do run a league every other weekend on our indoor track, which we would likely run the league on the outdoor track. The difference here, and the reason why the type of event really doesn't play in, is because go-karts are not a spectator sport in the same vein that NASCAR is. People don't wake up Sunday morning and say, "Let's go watch the go-karts run," unless they're coming to ride them themselves. So I think if that answers your questions.
It does. Do you require people to use your carts? Do people bring their own to something like that?
They have to use our carts. They may not bring their own carts. They may bring their own helmets, as long as they're approved.
Thank you.
Other questions? I think we have the council's questions answered.
I will thank you all for your time and consideration in this matter.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Townsend, I understood that the city did its own study. Would you report on that before we go open it up for public hearing?
The city hired its own consultant, Newcomb and Boyd. That information was provided to you in backup material. Let me read the statement. Newcomb and Boyd was given the first noise survey as well as the second noise survey. They had some questions on the first one, which were actually answered by the second survey, and came to the conclusion, based on our review of both noise survey reports provided by Arpeggio Acoustic Consulting, LLC, it is our assessment that these reports provide an accurate analysis of the acoustical impact of the proposed Andretti Speed Lab outdoor go-kart track.
Thank you, sir. Does the council have any questions about that study? Thank you. At this time, we'll hear from the audience. What I'm going to do first is, if you represent an organization, an existing organization, I want to hear from organizations first. And if you represent an organization, raise your hand. I'll call you, come speak. Come forward and tell me your name, the organization that you represent, and your address. And after I get through the organizations, then I will hear from individuals. So at this time, and you represent an organization, if you'll raise your hand, I'll recognize you. Yes, sir, come forward, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This is working, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
My name is Kevin Talent. I have the honor and privilege of standing before you tonight and representing the resident council of Chambrel at Roswell. My address is 202 Triple Gap Road, Cumming, Georgia 30040. Getting back to some of the discussion we had earlier about the criteria for analysis when we're dealing with a conditional use permit, one of the things that you can't help but notice when you look at the City of Roswell's applications is a statement that the consideration of the preservation of the integrity of residential neighborhoods shall be considered to carry great weight. Contrary to what's indicated in the application for this conditional use permit and variance, there are established residential neighborhoods in and around this area. And I don't know if this is, let's see, there it is. The indications in green are your established residential areas. The ones that have yellow around it are commercial areas, and then you have a couple that have both around there. Chambrel is this one down here, number 8, that has we consider it both a commercial as well as a residential component because it's a independent living facility that also has an assisted living facility component there as well. I can tell you this. The residential communities that are indicated on this, both the one that I represent and others that will be speaking tonight, are all in opposition to this, as are, it's my understanding, 31 businesses who have apparently signed a petition that I do not have. I do, however, have, and I'll give this to Brad. I gave it to him last time. I'm going to burden him with it again. Another petition that has 206 names from Chambrel at Roswell, all who are opposed to this conditional use permit. I've had the privilege, I didn't mention this, but I bet you gathered that I'm a lawyer. I've had the privilege of representing, and not representing, but in dealing with a lot of zoning issues where sound is an issue. And I can tell you I've seen firsthand in those instances what developers and applicants do when they are seriously concerned about these noise issues. And one of the things they do is they get a sound study. But I'll tell you, I have a problem with this one. And the problem that I have is in that when you have a sound study and you're going to be serious about determining whether or not it's going to have an impact, you get as close as you possibly can to the actual type of event that's going to be going on. And we had some questions about the kind of carts and whether or not the kind of carts that were used were the kind of carts that are going to be used once the facility is actually operational. Another question that I have about it is, when the testing was being done, it's my understanding that we had the carts driving in loops. And that was the simulated track to get an idea as to what kind of noise we were going to be gathering. But it doesn't take a lot to realize that driving in loops doesn't equate to the serpentine-type structure of the actual tracks that we're going to have here, where you have straightaways that come into hairpin curves, and then you're going to have squealing tires as you go around those. You also know, if any of you have ever been around go-karts, that when there's squealing tires, you're going to hear that over and above the sound of the engines. Take it a step further. We talked about electronic devices that we heard earlier tonight. How many of you, when you're just standing outside and you hear the ambient noise in the background, but someone squeals their tires from a block, 2 blocks, 3 blocks away, you can pick up on that? Now I know, and I anticipate what the applicant will tell you, is that squealing tires are a matter of chemistry. But I think he'll also tell you that you can only control it to some extent. And that in a situation like this, we're not just talking about the noise and the horsepower of the cars, we're also going to be talking about the squealing tires as they move around a track such as this. So I don't believe that the sound study that you have seen tonight adequately addresses that kind of concern, which is something that all the residences, as well as the businesses around here, there's a kennel close by as well, are going to be concerned with when it comes to this particular use. Something else that you do when you're really concerned about noise is you don't just keep saying it doesn't exist, it doesn't exist, it doesn't exist, putting your proverbial fingers in your own ears to deny that there's any noise that's going to be coming from the track. What you do is you take very proactive measures to go out and you try and do things like building sound-absorbing berms. Sound-absorbing berms that will come in and that will absorb this sound instead of doing when you have a bowl-type structure where, as we are here, you may actually have the sound being channeled up where it can actually go to farther places than it would if it was on the level ground. But what we don't see in this case is any kind of an active participation by the applicant for ways to dampen the sound, such as by creating these sound-absorbing berms as opposed to having walls or as opposed to just letting, well, in fact, what we have here is a request for less landscaping instead of providing more landscaping. The final thing you do is you have to treat this the way people actually live. And Councilman Engelhardt hit on it earlier tonight when he talked about, I believe it was Councilman Engelhardt hit on it when he talked earlier tonight about how as you get farther away from Howes Road, that the background noise generated by Howes Road will decrease faster than the noise that's generated by the carts. And so what you end up with, and this is actually in the sound study presented by the applicant, the first one, what you may end up with is a situation where even though you're getting farther away from the go-karts, you're also getting farther away from that buffering sound, and the sound of the go-karts could actually be channeled in better the farther you get away from Howes Road. Why do I bring that up? You have to do these sound studies the way that people actually live. Nobody lives on top of Howes Road. People live away from Howes Road. People live inside these residential areas. You have to do the analysis based upon that, not based on where the readings are going to be at Howes Road. The second point I'll make on that is one of the criteria that was mentioned as an assumption was closed windows. People don't keep their windows closed all the time. I hardly think it's fair that we tell the citizens of the city of Roswell that we need an outdoor go-kart track, and because of that, you have to keep your windows closed if you don't want to hear the go-karts. Instead, I think the better decision to make is look and see if there's actually a hardship here. That's also one of the criteria that's mentioned repeatedly throughout the analysis criteria. Look and see if there's actually a hardship here. And Councilor Butler mentioned, she mentioned hardship. I wasn't quite clear on what she mentioned it, but I'll tell you, in the applicant's application, the only time they mention a hardship is when they're talking about the landscape requirements. And in fact, in the application when it talks about can you use the property as it's currently zoned, what's the economic value of the property, if you look at their answers to questions number 3, 11, and 16, what they're talking about here is not an economic hardship, but rather they're talking about an economic enhancement to the property if their request is allowed to go forward. They're talking about there's no diminishment by the existing zoning district and category in which the property is, and they're currently using the property as it is zoned. So we don't have a hardship here when it comes to whether or not we need to be able to have outdoor go-kart racing at this site. Something else that has not been mentioned, and that was actually discussed in the application, which I find truthfully to be incredulous, is the indication that there's no additional expectation of traffic or congestion because of this use. That doesn't make any sense. If you're not going to bring in additional traffic and cars and people, why are you going to do this in the first place? We had some discussion earlier tonight about a place where we had outdoor karting previously. In truth, these kinds of uses often stand alone in and of themselves. And so really the question that the council should be asking itself is, we're going to be putting essentially another business which could stand alone, we're going to be bringing it in and putting it in this very same location. What are the traffic impacts of that going to be? There's not been any discussion of that because the applicant in the package indicated that it would just be the same traffic it always has. But that just doesn't make any sense because I promise you, the reason for bringing this outdoor karting use to the city in this location is to generate more business. If it wasn't to generate more business, they wouldn't be doing it in the first place. There are a myriad of other problems, and the council is aware of the concerns of the residences that surround the area. Lighting has been addressed somewhat, but this track is going to have to be lighted. Another concern, this is not like we're going to be operating 20 automobiles out there where they can have catalytic converters and emissions control system. These are going to be 20 go-karts that are just going to be continuously during all hours of operation putting out untreated exhaust into the air as well. It doesn't matter whether you focus on noise or the other problems that are associated with the application. The truth is, folks, it's not right for this site, it's not right for this area, and it's not right for the city of Roswell. Now, we heard also during the applicant's presentation that it's a matter of individual taste. I think what it was, it's an individual question of whether or not something is objectionable, which when we were talking about the sound that we heard from the phone. Well, I can tell you this. There are a lot of individuals at Chambrel, a lot of individuals who signed this petition, and a lot of individuals who are here tonight who are going to tell you that they find the noise and the conditions that will be created by this use objectionable. And with that, I'll reserve the rest of my time for anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition unless the council has some questions for me.
Does the council have any questions? Thank you, sir. Who'd like to speak next on behalf of an organization? Yes, sir. Come forward, please.
Thank you. My name is Richard Wacker. I'm a resident of the city of Roswell. Live at 945 Litchfield Place, which is in the Whitehall subdivision. And I'm here representing the Whitehall Homeowners Association along with several other homeowners associations. Before I begin, I've been asked to read 2 letters from 2 businesses who are not able to be here tonight, and they asked me to read their statements. The first one is from Touchstone Homes. They are the developer of the townhomes at the intersection of Howes Way and Howes Road. The sales manager could not be here tonight because of a death, and he's out of town for a funeral. This letter was sent to Mr. Bradford. It says, Touchstone Homes is a property owner in close proximity to the proposed outdoor go-kart track as cited above. Our New Haven Walk townhome community, located at the corner of Howes Road and Howes Way, approximately 600 feet from the subject property. The proposed outdoor go-kart track on the site of the existing building will generate additional noise that will be heard from our townhome development and the existing residents in the community. The noise generated from the go-karts will not be shielded by any barrier due to its location on the site of the existing building. We have already lost a potential sale due to this proposal. The buyer was aware of the proposed track and voiced her concerns over the noise and lights from the site. New Haven Walk is a high-end townhome community that Touchstone Homes developed after much negotiation and delays with the City of Roswell and the Design Review Board. There are very strict restrictions placed on our property, including design, exteriors, and how we can market the homes in terms of signage and other attention-getting devices. These homes were originally priced in the high $400,000 range and have since dropped to the low $300,000. Roswell is a high-end area, and we chose the property based on the prestige of living in and near downtown Roswell. Potential homeowners in Roswell do not want a go-kart track within walking distance, nor one that they can hear when they enjoy the use of their outdoor living spaces. We have sold 5 of the 8 townhomes that have been constructed and have already lost a potential sale due to the proposed kart track. We have 8 more townhomes to build before the community is built out. We feel that if the go-kart track is built, the value of this property will decrease to such that any townhomes built on the property will require drastically lower sales price than anticipated. The company will suffer further losses at this community. The extended economic downturn has affected the townhome market in this area, and we feel the approval of these outdoor go-kart tracks will only continue to diminish the property value and potential sales in the community. We believe that this outdoor use as proposed will further decrease property value and does not complement the surrounding uses. Therefore, we respectfully request that the proposed go-kart track be denied. It was signed by Michael Zambri, sales manager, Touchstone. The second one I'll read is from Green Lawn Cemetery. First, they have a company-wide event tonight that conflicts with this meeting, so they could not have a representative here, and they asked me to read a few comments. Green Lawn Cemetery and Roswell Funeral Home have filed a petition with City Hall opposing Andretti's application. The cemetery has a garden that backs up to Highway 9. Patty Decker Hasty, the general manager, said there are gravesite services in this garden typically at least once a week. Patty also said that some gravesites in the cemetery are visited every day by family members. This area close to Highway 9 includes the cemetery's baby garden. Green Lawn and Roswell Funeral Home consider that the noise from the operation of the outdoor go-karts would show a lack of respect for the dead and for the families who visit them, even noise within the city ordinance limits. Now I'd like to discuss our concerns regarding safety and the quality of life. Can I see the first one? Okay. What we have up here is a traffic data that was produced by the Roswell DOT. And if you notice on that map, first of all, for the subdivisions along Howes Road, Howes Way is the first access to and from Howes Road south traveling south to Alpharetta Highway. Our other options are going to Mansell Road all the way direct down to Alpharetta Highway, or traveling north to Hembry. Howes Way is already congested at Alpharetta Highway. The traffic on that road, per this document, if you'll notice that Howes Way is considered to be a collector road. In 2007, the average daily traffic on this road was a little over 8,500 vehicles. So this is not what we would call an unbusy road. And that was in 2007. We've had 3 to 3.5 years of growth since that time. In addition, this is a route for school buses for both elementary and middle schools. At this point, I'd like to show a short video that we made of the
How
traffic.
long is the video?
About 3 minutes.
What does the video cover?
It shows the traffic in the area.
I think you've addressed the traffic.
Okay.
I don't think we need to see a video on traffic. I think everyone in this room has experienced traffic on Holcomb Bridge Road.
Very good. Thank you.
And Highway 9.
Okay. We'd like to point out that if you're traveling west on Howes Way, all right, that towards Howes Road, there are 3 turn lanes on the right-hand side. The first turn lane enters into Andretti's. The second enters into the small business complex. And the third turn lane is for going north on Howes Road. All right? The traffic on that road backs up, especially during the busy times. And what Andretti's is going to do, and they mentioned the park in Florida, by the way, which is not called Andretti's Indoor. That's Andretti's Thrill Park. And I'd like to make 2 corrections. One is the residents next to the park. Thanks to the wonders of technology, we Google Earthed it during the meeting here. And those are apartment complexes. They're not single-family residences. And the track is on the exact opposite end of Andretti's property from the residents. So they do not abut to the apartment complexes. What Andretti's is going to build here basically is going to provide lights, noise, a tent, fumes, and visual distractions on Howes Road, on a road that is heavily traveled and already has some confusing lanes. Per their zoning application, they have a topo map. This is the topo map, and I've given you a copy because it's hard to see. The things I have highlighted are basically show that the track itself will be approximately 6 feet below the Howes Way road level, okay? And in spite of what their attorney said about that was going to be a buffer, anybody that drives on that road every day like I do, and most of the people in this area do, know that when you're driving along, you are looking down at parked cars, be it the cars for the customers or when they lease out the property for some of the used cars or new car lots. It is very visible. So what we are going to have basically is a bowl of go-karts in there producing all of this lights, fumes, etc., and it is going to be a major distraction on an extremely busy road. Finally, I think it's on there. Okay. I have to admit I was a little surprised when I saw the attorney put this map up that I came up with, because I don't know how he got it, but he did. I would like to make a couple of comments about the map, just in general. You'll notice Andretti's in the blue. They are in the center. They are basically a central point, and on the right and on the east side and the south side is mainly retail businesses along Highway 9. To the west we have the not the apartments, but the business complex, and then the residential areas. Andretti's is basically at a central point. They're a transition point between retail businesses and the residential areas in Roswell, in this area of Roswell. We have petitions here that have been signed by 173 homes. That's not people, but that was the number of homes that signed it. 180-something at Chambrel, for an estimated 520-something people that feel strongly enough that they're going to be affected by this. Also, 33 nearby businesses have sent letters or signed petitions. A couple of questions are, and I know we can't answer these right now, is if this is approved, what's next for the Mansell property across the street, which goes all the way down the Howes Road? All right. Now we have an amusement park there, or a thrill park. What will be allowed for that? Does a thrill park this close to the established residential areas conform with our current vision and your current vision for the branding of Roswell? Think about it. We don't think so, and we ask for and would appreciate your vote against this proposal. Thank you.
Who would like to speak next representing an organization?
Thank you.
Any other folks representing organizations here tonight? Yes, sir. No, sir. I'm going to entertain individuals next. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Denise Rao, 170 Charleston Circle, Roswell, Georgia. I am representing the Board of Directors of Charleston Oaks HOA and represent the views of my neighborhood. Our number one concern is based on number 2 and number 19 of the review, negative impact on property values. Charleston Oaks HOA sought out an independent, informed assessment from one of Roswell's respected real estate professionals, Susan Wesley of Keller Williams Realty. This is her letter. As a 16-year realtor in Roswell and a resident of Roswell for the past 20 years, I am writing out a concern of the proposed Andretti's outdoor track. The negative impact that this will have on home values in the area will be very serious in this time of our struggling market and any time in the future. Home values are affected by many issues, including the loudspeakers of car dealerships along the west side of Highway 9 near Hembry Road. I have shown houses in neighboring subdivisions and listened to the noise from those speakers and had buyers walk away from those homes. I can only imagine the impact from the roar of engines to surrounding neighbors. Our values are negatively affected by any neighboring commercial activity, office parks, street noise, power lines, and crime, to name a few. As a buyer's agent, I would need to point out the impact that these issues would have on the resale value of homes. Most prudent buyers would see the disadvantage of living near such activity. I pride myself in being a Roswell resident and residential realtor specialist in the area. Roswell is a great place to live and work. I show out-of-town buyers the parks and historic district along with the homes. This gives buyers a sense of our small town and the value in raising children here and living here. I hope we can eliminate the proposed Andretti tract and keep our community values intact. It's been hard enough to live with the billboard issue. Please, let's not take another step towards commercializing our community. Thank you, Susan Wesley. In addition to that, I'd like to make a few points. Opposition based on Article 31, number 6. The outdoor go-karts are not commercially consistent with the other retail businesses in a town the size of Roswell. There's numerous tracks in Panama City, Florida, but there's no tracks in Milton, Georgia. I think that it's just common sense. We're a lot more like Milton than Panama City. The proposed outdoor go-kart track is not commercially shielded from other businesses. Typically, these tracks are near interstate highways. They're in dense retail commercial areas. Their hours of operation are restricted. The proposal is located in a narrow commercial highway corridor of mixed uses. Typically, tracks like this are on large tracts of land with or near complementary attractions, like water slides. This proposal would be a standalone attraction on a smaller acreage near office buildings, senior residential living. Typically, sufficient walls, barriers, buffer zones are customary and commonplace, This proposal is asking for a variance from the standard landscaping requirements. And the residential areas that are typically around, like Melbourne, Florida, they're vacation spots. So people are really looking for this type of activity. Here, it's large, low-density residential areas. I think it's pretty clear that this proposal has a negative impact on nearby property, nearby businesses, property values, and the integrity of the residential neighborhoods. Touchstone Homes already lost a sale due to the proposed track. Mansell, Chambrel, California Car Company, their use and usability is adversely affected. Roswell's real estate professionals, they say the outdoor track equals negative effective property values. The track in its totality, not one aspect of it, its totality, negatively affects the integrity of the residential neighborhoods. So Brand Roswell, are we the classic small town? Are we the king of the thrill parks? Denying this petition means that we keep the status quo. There is no harm. What it means is that Roswell still has a go-kart track. It's inside where it's warm and cozy and contained. So I say do no harm. Deny CU 1004. Thank you.
Are there any other organizations represented here tonight? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Richard Leake, 985 Windsor Trail, Roswell. I'm Vice President of the Windsor Forest Neighborhood Association. Our neighborhood association consists of the Windsor Forest neighborhood and Morris Manor neighborhood, consisting of approximately 120 homes. Our neighborhood is unique in that it is bisected by Howes Way, which is the proposed location for this outdoor track. We have a petition as opposition to the conditional use permit for outdoor karting and the landscaping. The the signatures in the petitions are in the packet you previously received. Here's the original. We are concerned about noise, traffic, congestion, crowd congregation, and ultimately loss of value to the homes in proximity. It should be noted, and I'm surprised it hasn't been mentioned earlier in the question and answer period, that specifically in the Second Sound study, it states, and I'm quoting, the measured levels at location 1 indicate that levels on the Andretti property line immediately to the west would exceed the ordinance limits. And that's exactly from their study. By allowing the conditional use of an outdoor entertainment area in close proximity to the neighborhoods, you would be setting a precedent for similar future development that could turn the area into a zone ripe for amusement park-like attractions. Outdoor entertainment is currently permitted in an area on Commerce Parkway and should be confined to that area. We respectfully request that you deny the application for conditional use and the variance for landscape. Thank you.
Are there any other organizations? Yes, sir. Mr. Bradford.
Tell you pointing behind me or at me. Mayor Wood and Council, I'm James Bradford. You've heard my name earlier tonight. I'm not really a bad guy. I do represent the North Fulton Executive Square Association. It's the office project that everybody's been talking about. It's located 135 feet west of the Andretti property. It's comprised of some 36,000 square feet of office condominiums, some 36 units. The association met approximately 2 months ago at their annual meeting after Andretti had already filed for their petition for a conditional use. At that meeting, it was unanimous that the association would be against any expansion on the Andretti property. The noise has been talked about several times. it affects us more than anybody. Legal counsel for the applicant stated that it did not, and I wrote it down, that the residential community was not affected. She didn't say anything about the commercial or office people. We're the office people. And the reason she didn't say it is because we are affected. The first noise study indicated there were several locations that were in violation of Article 8.8 of the city's noise ordinance. Those locations were number 1, 2, and 3, all indicating decimal levels above 70 decibels, which would be in violation of the city ordinance. If I may, you can see that. This is from page 3 of the original sound study. And that area indicated in yellow for location 1 shows sound decimal level of 74 to 79, location number 2, 71 to 74, and location number 3, which is on the office condominium project, of 66 to 71. In the same first study, in the second study, page 3, it states the carts had measurable impact at locations 1, 2, 3, and 5. 2 of those locations are on our property. Location number 1 showed decimal readings of between 73 and 80, and this is the second last sound study. And the gentleman just before me, not the lady, but the gentleman from Windsor Forest, correctly stated that in this second study, it states, the measured levels at location 1 indicate that levels on the Andretti property line immediately to the west, which would be at the bicycle property, would exceed the ordinance limits. Both studies show that at certain locations, the decimal levels exceeded the 70 levels. And that was on page 4 of the second study, next to last paragraph, last sentence in that paragraph. Any further studies would probably indicate additional violations of the ordinance. As the legal counsel for the Chambrel indicated, the studies were made when they were riding around in a circle, not zooming around, hitting barriers that will be put up that are 20 inches high, which, if I understand correctly, will be where they can put water in them, or they may be without water and they will vibrate the sound themselves because they're plastic. So we don't know what we're going to get, just like the amphitheater. You don't know what you're going to get. You can't control the amphitheater, but you can control what happens on this property. This property will present a precedence for other properties. This property is on C3 conditional and has been for a number of years. I was reminded by city staff that I zoned the property back in the 1980s. I had forgotten. I knew I'd sold it, but I didn't know I'd zoned it as a broker. You've already, not this council, but a council 5 years ago on the adjoining property to the south, which is the current location of Jackson Acra, as a condition of zoning, and I believe that was condition number 12, stated that they could not have any outdoor speakers on that property. We don't allow outdoor speakers 5 years ago, but we're going to allow go-karts directly across the street today. And I know that because I zoned that property 5 years ago. Also, 5 years ago, on that Jackson Acura property, the lights to the rear had to be dimmed because they would affect the residential neighborhoods. And they were dimmed. And that was a condition of their approvals. Here we're going to have lights, whatever, as I understand it, whatever Georgia Power says they need. They're asking for a conditional use. The definition of conditional use in the ordinance says, basically, it's got to be compatible with the neighborhood. And I'll quote what it says about conditional use. The definition is, in the zoning ordinance, a use that would not be appropriately, generally, or without restriction throughout the particular zoning district and is not automatically permitted by right within a zoning district, but which, if controlled as to number, area, location, or relation to the neighborhood, may be found to be compatible and approved by the governing body within a particular zoning district, as provided in certain instances by this ordinance. An approved conditional use runs with the property. Once you approve it, it's done. You can't take it back, no matter what happens. Nothing has been mentioned in the petitioner's presentation tonight much about the variance. Staff says, oh, it's only 3%. We're going from 20% variance on landscaping to 17%. Why do you need a variance? The site's already overbuilt. It's got approximately 10,500 square feet of building per acre. The general rule has typically been about 10,000 maximum for the city of Roswell. Has been for years. 10,000 square feet per acre. They're already over. That's why they don't have enough area to meet the landscaping requirements. And that's actually a 15% reduction from what they're supposed to have. They haven't said what hardship that they have met that's out there that they have to meet in order for the variance to be granted. The definition of variance is in the ordinance. And in the last sentence it says compliance would result in a particular hardship upon the owner as distinguished from a mere inconvenience or a desire to make a profit. It just came to me after somebody had emailed me this morning. So I couldn't figure out how they're going to make a profit on 20 go-karts running around out there, especially tonight in this kind of weather and during the rainy nights. But it dawned on me what's really going on. We have a lot of ordinances in this town. One is our sign ordinance. And they already have their signage. So how are they going to advertise what they have on the inside of their 97,000, almost 98,000 square foot building? Well, we can't put a billboard up anymore, not a big one. Well, we can flatten it out. And we'll set a tent out there, and we're going to put some cars out there. And everybody that drives by is going to know what we do on the inside. Come on in where it's warm and dry and enjoy what we have. It's an advertising. It's more signage than it is making money. I don't believe that they're going to make that much money to go to this much trouble. It's additional signage. I have filed an application with the Board of Zoning Appeals. Mr. Bradford Townsend, who I never met before this started, didn't like him the first time I met him. But I've actually, he's a pretty nice guy. I didn't think he was the first time because he didn't agree with me. But he's okay. But I disagree with him. The reason I disagree is very simple. I've got two grounds. The first ground is very simple. Chapter 10.1.
Mr. Bradford, I don't want to go into the variance.
I knew you weren't going to.
Let's stick to what's before this council and not get to what's going to be heard by the Board of Zoning Appeals.
But Mayor, this council took an oath to abide by the ordinances of the city of Roswell. If something's wrong, I think you ought to know about it. You may know about it after tomorrow night, and that's fine, but I just thought you might want to know. I'll sum it up then, because I've probably talked too much already. You asked the people who sit there before you have to make a lot of decisions. It's not only, the letter of law. You got lawyers talking. I don't really practice law. I'm a real estate guy. But it's the spirit of what we're up to in Roswell. We need to have the spirit of doing what's right. I believe in growth. I believe in proper growth. I think you need to represent everybody. The needs of the commercial, business people, and of the residential neighborhoods. I don't think that this petitioner has conventionally shown that the use of the property that he's proposing put in tonight is good for the neighborhood, good for Roswell. There are plenty of properties zoned C3 conditional up and down Highway 9. Several of them are vacant. If you allow this type of use on this property, a conditional use, which is not covered under any of the uses under zoning ordinance, it's got to be specific. Why can't the beverage warehouse come in and have an outdoor use on their property? They're the same thing. They're even farther away from the residential community. If you set a precedent, just know that you're going to live with it. I appreciate your time. I wish I was a good speaker like some of the other speakers tonight, but I respectfully request that you deny this petition. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Wood, City Council, my name is Ron Newman. I live at 2030 Darien Park. I represent the Darien Park HOA and the residents of Darien Park. First of all, I will add to the petition our 40-so homes, all in opposition to this. That may already be included in the packet, I'm not sure. Before I even get to my points, I want to circle back to what Andretti's expert said in regard to sound and the cell phone you heard ring. Essentially, the comment was made, or the statement was made, that you get used to a certain level of sounds and you ignore them. But if there's something objectionable to you, you're going to hear it. Just like we heard the cell phone. It's probably not measurable, but it's annoying. you're looking at a situation where very potentially you have cars which may not exceed the legal limit, but are very likely going to be annoying to the residents and the businesses in close proximity. Now I'll get on to what I actually came to speak about, which is the image of Roswell. And I'm actually going to read from this because I, unfortunately, am not as good a speaker as some people, but let's give it a try. There's an image, I believe, that we all want other people to see of Roswell. It's the historic Roswell. Bullock Hall Arts Festival is a wildly popular Canton Street restaurant. Quaint restaurants, wedding halls, one-of-a-kind shops, and the ghost tours. These are the images that are currently coming to mind when people think of Roswell. Very similar to Charleston, South Carolina, Savannah, Georgia. There's also an image of Roswell that's starting to develop, being filled with parks, and thanks to Mayor Wood's own hard work, it's becoming a biking city. Those bike trails currently extend all the way from Azalea Drive up through Howes Way, all the way up to the northwestern subdivisions of Edelweiss and Wexford. Pardon me. I just received some additional information late that I wanted to convey to the City Council, and I'm going to have to exactly read this. But in recent past, there have been a number of articles written in papers and on the web regarding Roswell that have created a certain positive image of Roswell around the entire United States. For example, on November 18th of 2010, Hatcher and Hurd from the Review and News, Volume 25, wrote an article, Roswell, A Tale of One City Facing Growth. In the article, Hatcher talks about the preservation of Roswell's self-image and its historical anchor that would secure its identity. In this article, there was no mention of go-karts. In regard to the image, I believe the City Council needs to take a serious look at what type of image an outdoor karting facility in the historic part of Roswell, main part of Roswell, is going to present. Is it one where people want to visit the restaurants, shops, and tours? Or is it one of Daytona Beach and Panama City, Florida, where you have out-of-control teenagers and young 20-somethings running around in a carnival-like atmosphere? To me, the answer is clear. An outdoor karting facility in the middle of Roswell doesn't fit with the image that you all have been working very hard to establish. It's not going to enhance the image of Roswell. And to summarize with a story of my own experience, of which I'm not exactly proud, but I'm going to give it to you. And this speaks to the biking and the safety of our streets in Roswell. When I was younger, less experienced and less wise, I attended another outdoor karting track that existed in Kennesaw. When I left that track, the feeling of being a race car driver didn't just disappear from me, it was still in me. When I left that track, I drove like a maniac, and I'm ashamed to say it. Not one drop of alcohol in my system. I'm lucky that I didn't cause an accident. I'm lucky I didn't hurt someone or kill someone, and that's a fact. It was ridiculous, and I'm sure that I'm not the only person that experiences that. And yes, again, I'm ashamed to say it, but that's the fact of the matter. That's what happened. Now we're looking at combining a facility where there's outdoor karting, alcohol, and vehicles that are extremely accessible. What's realistically going to happen when you mix the adrenaline and outdoor track, the alcohol, and easy access to your vehicle? I question the wisdom of having these items in such close proximity. In summary of these points, I ask you to consider this question. Does the addition of this outdoor karting track add to the image of Roswell, the image that all of you are working hard to enhance? In addition, how will we all feel if people react or have the same experience I did and they drive carelessly and an accident happens? There's neighborhoods very close. Right down Howes Way, there's many neighborhoods. Nice straightaway for people to get on. I'll close with those comments. I thank you for your time and encourage you on behalf of the Darien Park HOA to not approve this request. Thank you.
Is there anyone else here tonight representing an organization? Seeing no hands up, I'm going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll hear from individuals. So we're going to take a break right now. We've been in this meeting for 2.5 hours. 5-minute break. Councilmember Price, take your seat. Councilmember Eichelhart. Yes. You will not have that opportunity. You have there's no what's the term? Surrebuttal. There's no surrebuttal. Okay. Yes, sir. Well, I appreciate it. Who am I missing?
Kent?
Where is he?
Nancy?
If everyone will have a seat, we'll call this meeting to order. Please have a seat. We have heard a lot of points made from both sides. We'll continue the public hearing, an opportunity for everybody to be heard, with an opportunity for the applicant to rebut any comments that are made. I would encourage you that if your point has already been made, there's no reason to make it twice. This council has been very attentive. But if you wish to make a point which has not been made, you have this opportunity. Whether you are for or against this project, you're going to be heard. I'm going to be calling you one at a time. I have some room on this front bench. If you want to be heard, I would suggest you move to the front so we will take less time calling you forward. And we'll begin calling individuals. So this gentleman right here is coming forward. If you'll come to the microphone, if you'll give us your name and address, we'll hear from you.
All right, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Let me just finish this. We have speaker cards. And if you have not filled one out, before you leave tonight, we would like to get your name and address for the record, just to make sure you've got it right. So you may proceed. Give us your name and address and your points.
Thank you, Mayor Wood, members of the City Council. My name is Barry Mansell, and I represent Mansell Properties. I don't represent Mansell Properties, so I hope you don't get confused, all right? I want to make sure you don't. I noticed that one of the handouts here, the people who are opposed to Andretti's rezoning request, that we're number 6. Our property is approximately 6 acres, located directly across the street and adjacent to Jackson Acura. And that property is owned by Mansell Properties, and that consists of my brother Mark, my brother Bob, and myself as owners of that property. Obviously, we're concerned about the value of our property going down. We're concerned about the unsightliness of this addition to the Andretti property and what impact it have on our business. But the main thing I'm concerned about is the sound. No test was done on our property. I asked Andretti at a meeting prior to the second test. I met with these two gentlemen right here. I asked them if they would do a test on our property. They refused. I understand why. I'm not stupid. All of the studies, all the tests that were done within close proximity failed. So I ask you to deny this as something that does not enhance the business community nor the residential area that surrounds this piece of property. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who would like to speak next? I'll take the young lady on the right here who I'm pointing to.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jane Kopke. I live at Chambrel. I am new to Georgia. I've been here only a year, so I am not knowledgeable about what action the residents or the council could take should these studies be flawed. I have worked with governments before, and studies have been flawed. And if that happens and the noise is too bad or the traffic, do we have any recourse?
The answer would be once it's zoned, if it meets the noise requirements, if it exceeds the noise ordinance, then we could force something. But if it does not exceed the noise ordinances, once it's zoned, we cannot remove that zoning.
And the traffic too?
Well, traffic is something that is generated by business, and we cannot prohibit someone from generating business and traffic.
Okay. I have not known, and I've been where studies were flawed before. Thank you.
Thank you. Who'd like to speak next? Yes, come forward.
Mayor, council members, thank you for hearing me out. My name is Margaret Scally. I live at 2005 Estate Court in Woodstock, Georgia, but I own a condo at North Fulton Executive Square. At the noise study, a few of the council members came into my office. We heard nothing, and that was fine. What worries me is when we went to the back of the complex where they did another study, there was plenty of noise, and nobody's acknowledged there was plenty of noise back there. My thing is, and the reason I bought my condo was I have a little one. As time goes by, if I ever needed to sell it, that I could. If someone should go to look at my condo, go to the back of the complex, hear the noise, I think they'd look elsewhere. And that's mainly what I have to say about it. There definitely was noise in the back of that complex when it was going. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who'd like to speak next? Yes, sir. If you'd like to speak, try to move to the front.
Okay.
I'll be calling these folks on the front row first.
All right, my name is John Frazier, and I reside at 11335 Cranwood Cove in Roswell, Georgia. And unlike everybody here, I am wanting to speak in favor of the track being built. I did not attend the first hearing that took place on back with the Planning Commission, but I learned about it through the newspaper, and I came and saw the last meeting, and I did not speak there, but I was compelled to do so after what I witnessed at that event. I also need to disclose to you that I do have an interest in karting. My son and I race go-karts, and we've been a member of the Georgia Sprint Karting Association for 4 years. I've even served on a board with that, trying to promote karting here in Georgia. I know it may not sound like much, but we do like 14 events a year with over 125 karts participating at a time. So I know what karting, the track sounds like, feels like, and the activity that goes on with them. I think that Andretti's here, everybody's trying to knock them for their business model. I think we should be accepting them as a good, unique business here in town. They're currently operating here. They're existing business in the community. They're already in a commercial district. And here they are on Highway 9 with a close proximity to Mansell Road and Holcomb Bridge. How much more commercial can we get? And how much can we not prevent them from conducting business? I don't think they're out here trying to tear down something that exists or build something really new or destroy wetlands or green space. They want to use their parking lot. They want to try to expand their business and make some money. I think that we should be supporting that kind of activity and not hindering it. I know we've heard a lot about the noise. I don't know anything about the sound studies. I didn't participate in them, but I know what carts sound like. We do have a noise ordinance. It's an enforceable code issue. They've been willing to say, we accept the terms of that. I think that the noise should really become a moot issue. As far as the traffic, it's been brought up that we're going to be generating. Well, on Highway 9, it's a 4-lane busy road already. It already has a stoplight there at the entrance to Andretti's. If they, we talk about what 20 carts are going to generate for them running. I don't know, but if they think they're going to bring 300, 500, 600 more customers in here a day, what's wrong with that? It takes, 200 or 300 automobiles on the road? It's more than the parking places. They have more parking places than down on the lot. So I think they're complying with everything they've got, and I just want to think that in this time of age in economics, and a local business that already exists is trying to expand, then we should certainly support that. So with that issue, I vote in favor.
Thank you, sir. Who's next? Yes, sir. Come forward.
My name is Jim Gebhardt, and I own California Car Company, which is at 10903 Alpharetta Highway. It's the piece of property closest to Andretti's. It's 158 feet directly across Alpharetta Highway. And it's also, unfortunately, the piece of property that has the highest DB rating from the test. It's at 168, I think is what they said. As the adjacent business owner directly across the street, I have a few issues. I've sent you all letters, every member of the council and mayor, and I'll hit these lightly. It will not be a rehash of what I've already said to you. I'm not sure everybody realizes what a cart is and what it sounds like. We all hear leaf blowers on a regular basis on Alpharetta Highway, and we all have our land covered. They have between 1 and 2 horsepower. A lawnmower, the typical riding kind of lawnmower that handles the land on Alpharetta Highway, is about 5 or 6 horsepower. These are 9 horsepower, and you can pick up the sound of a leaf blower a block away easily if you just focus on it, like we talked about earlier with the cell phone going on. So imagine now 20 lawnmowers times 2 running all day. So that's what I'm going to hear, because I'm there 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, and it's directly across the street from me. The other thing we haven't really talked about is the smell and the smoke that goes along with these carts. When the testing was done, a couple of the residents participated in the testing, and a couple of them nearly passed out from the fumes of the carts in that area, because that is a bowl and it holds the fumes in. So that will blow directly across the street onto my property and into the cemetery. And it's already happened, because they used to have at Andretti club group meetings there for the Supra Club and the Corvette Club, and they would do burnouts in a skid pad they had, and that smoke would blow across the street. If you're out looking at an antique car in a parking lot and a cloud of smoke goes by, it's not conducive to purchase. So I'm a little concerned about that from my end of the business. Bright lights. We have pretty bright lights at Acura right across the street. When I applied for my application to become a dealer there, I was told exactly what kind of lights I had to have, and they had to be low lights, they couldn't bleed, all that kind of stuff. When we put bright lights over in that parking lot, which you will have to have in order to have safe driving conditions, it'll be a baseball field. It will have to be in order for the carts to be driven. And what hasn't been mentioned, they may have to have headlights on the carts too. And you can just imagine all those kind of things going on over there. I have a chance to see the traffic on this intersection very well. I have an 80-foot picture window into it all day long, and I'm unfortunately the one that often calls 911 when there's accidents there. And the most common cause of accidents at that intersection is distraction, because there's so many things going on right at that intersection. I can't imagine that there won't be more traffic and more opportunity for accidents at that intersection. So in taking a good cross-section of all these issues, I really think, having been a resident of Roswell since '76 and participating in the growth here, and what you're trying to do with the renovation and urban renewal of Roswell, this is not a good fit, people. It is really not a good fit. So I would encourage you to deny this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Just come forward, please.
Hi, my name is Barbara Flam. I live at 11200 Hembry Springs Drive, which is off of Howes Road. I had come to a city council meeting about 12 years ago when the new Kroger was going in on Coleman Road, and I was very impressed and proud of this city on how they were planning the future of Roswell and all of the ideas they offered to Kroger to beautify that development, and a lot of compromises were made, and that's on the outside of town, and we're all hearing about all the beautification things that are coming to Roswell, especially Alpharetta Highway, and this seems counterproductive to that long-range plan. But my main point I wanted to make was on the noise study. We are number 12 on your sheet. My neighbors who are sitting here, we on November 4th stood in the street, about 5 or 6 of us, waiting for the surveyors to come. We waited about an hour. Nobody showed up. This gentleman over here said, no, or I'm not sure where he is, he's in number 5. They refused to test his area. With both of our areas in their report under a test, which never was done, I question the credibility of the entire sound study, and I think you should too. And on behalf of my neighbors at Hembry Springs Drive, we do not want this. It's going to lower, I am a realtor, I work in Roswell. It will lower property values, I can guarantee you that. So thank you for your time.
I'm a Richard Bentley. I live at 2070 Darien Park in Roswell, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak here. While my wife and I are directly from Montgomery, I retired to Roswell 2 years ago from Lexington, and when we chose our realtor, I told her we had decided on the Atlanta area because we have a lot of family here, and I told our realtor that what we wanted was a city that was close to Atlanta, but not too close. We wanted a city that was a town unto itself, and not just a bedroom community for Atlanta. And most of all, we wanted a town that had character. And she's told us that it sounds like Roswell was for you. And she lived and worked out of Sandy Springs, so she had no vested reason to try to sell us on Roswell. And when we moved here 2 years ago, we have not regretted for a second the decision we made to be here. And the main reason we like it is the character of the town. And this noise that's going to come into this is going to be inconsistent with that character. Now, I live in Darien Park, and if you look at the neighborhood opposition map, Darien Park is number 10. My house is right below the 1 where that 10 is. And I'm out in my yard frequently at night. And you may ask, why am I doing that? And the reason is that we have a small pet. And we had some coyote sightings in the neighborhood last summer, and ever since that, I've always escorted our small pet out into the yard at night when she does her business. So I'm out there kind of standing around letting her finish, and I'm listening. And I can clearly hear the sounds of Alpharetta Highway staying in my yard. Now, I know it's not Howes Road because I've lived there long enough to know the difference, but I can clearly hear traffic going back and forth on Alpharetta Highway. And I've heard the sound studies that they've offered, and I know that sounds can do weird things at night. And if I can hear Alpharetta Highway clearly at night, 10, 11, sometimes as late as 12, it flies in the face of my common sense that 10 go-karts flying around that serpentine track, and I was really not familiar with this issue very much until I came here tonight, but I thought it was just going to be a circular track that went around the parking lot, and I was really surprised to see the 2 serpentine tracks that cover that whole parking lot. And it defies my common sense that people that live in a reasonable distance of that cart track will not be able to hear 10 go-karts at 10 horsepower whizzing around that track at night if I can hear Alpharetta Highway that clearly. Now, I'm not smart enough to understand all these sound tests, but I do know what I hear, and I do know what has the ring of common sense, and it just is not common sense that would not be a significant noise issue where we live. Now, this type of activity belongs at the beach. If you want to ride go-karts outside, go to Pigeon Forge, go to Myrtle Beach, go to Gatlinburg, go to Panama City, go to those places where that activity exists, or maybe even one of the other Andretti facilities that has a location in Florida, but not Roswell. If this type of activity is permitted, will somebody else come along and want to put bungee jumping on Halcombe Bridge, or maybe bumper cars out on the Crossville Road? This is inconsistent with the character of this town that attracted us here so much. So what I would ask you to do is consider this type of activity more appropriate for the Pigeon Forge areas and not Roswell. And I ask you to make a decision that would preserve the character of Roswell, not only for us, not only for these folks behind me, but also other people that may be considering Roswell as a retirement home. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Catherine Williams and I live at 2020 Deering Park Drive in Roswell. A lot's been discussed here tonight regarding noise and that kind of stuff. What I would like to request, there's really more question format here, is you've talked about, Andretti has talked about how much business this outdoor activity is going to bring to our great city. What factual data do you have to back that up? I haven't seen any studies been presented to this board or council or any homeowner association that says by running 20 carts per day per month, we're going to bring in X amount of revenue to Roswell. How does that compare to what the revenue is that you already are or are not bringing in? Where's the business case study been done that shows you're going to bring in revenue to us? Talk is cheap. So do you have anything that shows that you've done a business case other than a noise study?
We'll allow him to address that in the rebuttal if he wishes.
And that's what I'm just requesting. Okay? That's all I had.
Thank you. Who wishes to speak next? Yes, ma'am. Come forward.
Kathleen Clute. I live at 820 Whitehall Way in the Whitehall subdivision. We've lived in our home for 26 years, and we moved here for many of the reasons that people have talked about already. It's the quality of life that we enjoy in Roswell and why we love this town and why we've lived in the same house for 26 years. It's a great neighborhood, it's accessible, and yet it's quiet. My husband and I sleep at night with our windows open. In the summer, we can hear the carts at Andretti's on a very quiet night. And at first I thought it was Alpharetta Highway. And this was about 4 months ago. I said to my husband, is that Alpharetta Highway I'm listening to? And we listened. It was about 1 in the morning. And yet it was rum, rum. It definitely was not Alpharetta Highway. That's one point. I'd also like to ask what other businesses in Roswell are able to erect a permanent tent structure outdoors. I don't remember seeing tents in Roswell. And I don't think a tent-like structure on Howes Road is in keeping with the type of community that we're trying to evolve into. Tents weather, tents turn colors, tents get ripped in the wind, and maybe a tent goes up for a tent sale, but I don't remember seeing anywhere in Roswell where we have such strict enforcement codes, a tent structure on a permanent basis.
Who'd like to speak next? Yes, sir. Come forward.
Earlier, so I'll have to avoid talking about stuff other people have covered. My name is Jim Hargreaves. I live at 1185 Falstaff. What I'd like to do first is just hit a couple of points that comments have been made. One thing, I was really surprised to find out that they plan to park those carts outside in the tent structure. Because I had asked Brad what were they going to do with the carts at the end of the day at 1 o'clock or whatever, and I thought he told me they were going to move them inside, I think. And so that's a surprise to me, because when I got to do my password. When I checked out the code, I think, and I'm no expert on the code, Brad probably knows more about this, I'm sure he knows more about this than I do, but I read a thing in there where it talked about an outdoor storage building or structure. The president of our homeowners association is an architect, and I asked him, is a tent a structure? He says, sure. They build sports venues out of tents. And the reason that's a relevant point is because I think in the code, when you have an outdoor storage building or structure, it has to be somebody's setback or whatever, but mostly it has to have a 6-foot fence around it to block the view of it. I don't think they want to put a 6-foot fence around their little carts. Maybe they do. But the point is, that's an issue.
Mr. Hargreaves, if this were to pass tonight, issues in design would be addressed by Design Review Board and by staff. This council's decision is the use.
Okay. Second question, or second point. The lawyer's comment about low visibility of that lot. In the second planning commission, Mr. Fondue had a little driving tour of Alpharetta Highway, Howes Road, and Howes Way, when there was like 3 cars on Alpharetta Highway. And the thing that struck me was somebody from the audience asked him when did he do the video, and he couldn't answer the question. But the thing that struck me was how well you could see that parking lot when you're in a car. Because when you're in a car, you're elevated. You're sitting on a seat that's like 2-3 feet off the ground, and then your body's another 2 or 3 feet. So your head is actually like 6 feet above the road. And when he was driving around with his little video camera on both Howes Way and Route 9, you could see quite easily right into the parking lot, no problem. And the reason I wouldn't have guessed that is because when they had the second sound study, I was down there in that parking lot, and it seems like you're kind of in a pit. You are in a depressed area, but you feel like nobody could see you. And all I'm saying is this question of visibility, there is no question. Take a look at the little video he did, if you don't believe me, that you can see everything in that parking lot from both Alpharetta Highway and from Howes Road. On the expert sound guy the city hired, when I saw his report, I couldn't believe that he had kind of skipped over a lot of basic things that occurred to me, and I'm no sound expert. And because of that, having been in consulting and having been hired as a consultant, I know consultants do what they're hired to do, i.e. you have a consulting contract, you have an engagement memorandum, and that stipulates what you should do. Has the council all seen the engagement memorandum for the city's, what's the name of the firm? Newcomb and Boyd. By the way, I think Newcomb and Boyd did a fine job, and I agree with them, their conclusions. And that is, they basically said, we agree with the conclusions drawn by Arpeggio. But that doesn't mean I agree that the Arpeggio studies are as represented. I think the Arpeggio guy, but here's my point. Does council want to see a copy of the engagement memorandum? Because I think it's important, if I can find it.
If you would like to read the wording, you may.
Well, you got to understand scope. You know, when somebody gets hired as a consultant, they ask, what's your objective? What do you want me to do? And what's the scope of my examination? And I'm trying to find the short version so you don't have to listen to the whole thing, but following a peer review. They were hired to do a peer review. And let's see. trying to find the section where they say they don't do any original noise surveys, present survey, measured sound, residential. Both this review and survey reports. Anyway, in this, I can give you a copy of the letter. I'm trying to find where he says.
I believe the council has a copy of the letter, but if you wish to make your point, you may proceed.
Yeah, the point is all he was doing was basically looking at the reports issued by Arpeggio and making sure the guy could run the equipment and he could add up his numbers. And I never had any doubt about that. I'm sure he's a qualified sound expert. My problem with this application and with the sound studies that were done is not the technical stuff. My problem is with the lack of specificity and the overall objectives. Because to the extent that Newcomb and Boyd did not look at the original application filed, they did not look at the report issued by the city. All they looked at was the sound studies done by Arpeggio and made a judgment call as one professional to another. Do they seem like they know what they're doing? And I would concede they do. But that's not the point. Look at the sound studies themselves. Wait a minute. I know I got them here. If you take a look at the stated objective of the sound study, in the sound study, number 1, it says right in the first paragraph, in order to determine the potential impact of the track and so on, at the nearest residential community, Chambrel, basically what they're doing is they're evaluating to the west the residential properties and the impact of the track on the western properties. There's no mention here of any impact or measurements or objective to find out what the sound levels on the southern side of their property would be or to the east. So the properties that are south and east of this cart area of their property, in effect, are ignored by this study. Now, I made that point, and I think somebody came back and said on one of the studies they stuck a microphone in the field owned by the Mansells, as I recall, or in the very corner of the Acura dealership. And the point is, if you're trying to measure the sound level along Howes Way, you don't stick it on the westernmost part of the street or the western half. You stick it where the carts are so you can get that reverberation off that 20-foot wall as they go around in their little circles. Mention has been made, but I'll just repeat it. If you take a look at the dB levels, and I'm talking about the dB levels, the only ones I care about, I didn't care about whether they could hear the birds tweeting at my house on Falstaff Drive. They came down and measured there. My concern was twofold. Number 1, does it impact the people in the immediate area? And secondly, does it impact, because it impacts the people in the immediate area, it impacts Howes Road and Howes Way intersection. Now, why do I care about that? Because Howes Way and Howes Road intersection is the introduction to my subdivision. That's how you get there. We plant these little planters and we have little glass lights to make it look so cute and pretty. And you're going to come through that intersection after passing by 20 go-karts, blaring at 80 or 85 dBs through your windows. That really sets the tone for any potential buyer in our subdivision. And I might add, given the experience of that subdivision south of Holcomb with the Verizon venue, I frankly find it incredible that we're even considering this thing, because there is going to be transmitted sound. It may not be 365 days a year, but frankly, if it's 20 days a year, that's more than I want. Because when we bought our property, we bought a 0.85 acre lot precisely so we could have some privacy and quiet. We wanted to hear birds, not anything else. Let me get... Okay. want to talk about, just briefly about sound. And I'm glad the fellow, I'm glad the fellow talked in favor of this Andretti request, or whatever it's called, because it makes my point. You have sound and then you have noise. What is it that makes the difference between sound and noise? It's the human mind. I made the point at the Planning Commission hearing that if you played 80 dBs a Bach to me all day, you would have no problem with me at all. I'd probably go to sleep. Because I used to go to sleep in the library when I was a kid to classical music. But if you played the sound of a lawnmower, or twice the sound of a lawnmower, I hate cutting grass. And my association with the sound of a lawnmower is not a pleasant one. My point being, you can't just talk about the level of the sound, the dB. You have to talk about the quality of the sound. What is it? And what's the reaction of the individual to that? And the reason why I'm glad the Andretti fellow talked, that was for it, is because I understand where he's coming from, because he's into karts, and to him, a go-kart is the sweet sound of Bach. Now, that may sound ridiculous, but I understand it, because I grew up in Indianapolis, where Mario Andretti raced in the 60s. And my firm made the turbochargers and superchargers for all those Indianapolis 500 cars. And I used to hang out at the pits, and I'd hear the sound. I loved to hear those motors. Probably gave headaches to most people. So I can understand why some people would like the sound of go-karts. But I got news for you. If you took a poll, I'll bet I'd have 90% on my side that I don't want to hear go-karts when I'm trying to take a nap in the middle of the day, or going out in the backyard, to just sit around and listen to the birds. Oh, another big issue. I sent everybody on council a copy of a manual here on environmental noise, mainly because all the research I did on this subject, which I was kind of a novice on, I didn't know anything about go-karts. In fact, I didn't realize they have even leagues nationally, I think. And I guess the point that I wanted to make was the sound of a lawnmower or a go-kart individually. One of the things I was critical of this sound study on was I've talked to a couple of consultants, and I'm going to show you a hypothetical that he did, but and every consultant I've talked to says the starting point when you do a sound survey is you establish the point source volume of the object, which simply means you find out how much noise each cart's going to make, and then you combine. One way you can come up with a theoretical value as to what 20 carts is they have mathematical equations, which are theoretical and can be off, but the cart isn't going to make any more noise if you stick a microphone in its exhaust pipe. It's not going to make any more noise than when you measure it 2 feet away. As you get farther away, you get loss of noise, absorption by trees or whatever. And the point is, I want to show you in this manual that I gave you a copy of, and I'm trying to find my little handout. It tells me what page. Here it is. Okay. It talks about environmental noise propagation, and I'm not going to go through it. But the reason I'm simply letting you know about that because it lists about 15 things, 10 things that can be factors, and this is a short list, that can affect the propagation of sound. And sound one day can be not going anywhere, and then the wind changes. Temperature, I am told, does not affect the speed of sound. Correct me if I'm wrong. There's only a nominal result of temperature, but moisture, humidity, makes a big difference in how sound's transmitted. It also depends on the frequency spectrum of the carts, which is another thing I said I wanted to see, because low-frequency sounds, like boom, 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 like the Verizon performance, you can hear that 3 miles away. We've got whales that make low-frequency sounds that can be in the Pacific, and they talk to whales in the Atlantic using low-frequency sound. So the transmission characteristics in various mediums, and that's true. Actually, I think...
I don't think we need to hear more about the whales.
Okay, all I'm saying is propagation of sound is not, we didn't have any today, so therefore for the other 364 days in the year, we're not going to have any. So the conclusion, anybody silly enough to draw the conclusion, just because we went out there and recorded one day and possibly picked environmental conditions and other conditions, not to mention the placement of the microphones, so that it minimized the amount of dBs we saw, doesn't really tell you what impact you're going to have on your communities. So the question is, just how much do you want to assault the neighborhoods? Okay, another point. The question was raised in this application. They said we're going to have two, in the app, I believe they said we're going to have 2 little go-kart tracks, 20 carts. I don't think they said 20 carts actually in the app. Did you? You did? But they said 2 tracks, and then during this hearing process, they said, well, we might have 1 track. Well, guess what? The study they did was 2 tracks. Now, do you think the performance characteristics of a go-kart will change if you lengthen the track by a factor of 2? What would you do if you were in a go-kart and you could go twice as far before you had to turn a corner? I'd step on the gas, and I'd be backing off as I went around the corner, and my tires were squealing, I'd be having a ball. My point is, they conducted the test under 1 set of conditions, when in fact they have said they're going to run the thing under 2 sets of conditions, 1 track and 2. Another question that was unanswered in their application is what in fact are they going to run on those tracks? Now they tell us in the hearing process they're going to be 6 and 9 horsepower go-karts, and they even tell us the make and model and all that, maybe. They say maybe, depending on business conditions. Well, that's like me saying maybe I'll go put out the garbage. The point is they have not specified what they're even going to use the tracks for. And when I was at the second sound study, I stood next to a guy, and I asked him, how are they going to design the tracks? And his response to me was, I'm sure they're going to design the tracks so we can have competitions here. And again, I didn't realize just how much go-karters love to race. It makes sense because, like I said, I came from Indianapolis where they have the 500, and they go nuts once a year in May for that. And so I can understand the psychology of it, but my point is, if they're going to have races on the Andretti facility, and people are going to come from wherever, and there had been talk of them coming from Alabama to race on the Andretti kart track. Now that may be a dream of the marketing guy at Andretti's, that he's going to draw people from Tennessee and Alabama and North Georgia and everywhere else. But the point is, if you're going to have a competitive race, according to some national sanctions or standards, they're not going to hop in one of your carts. They're going to bring their own cart and want to race their cart because their cart's better than what somebody else has, just like they do in real racing. Now, I don't know whether this track would be big enough, because I don't know enough about kart racing, even in a single track venue, whether they would be big enough to really run serious races. But how do you control the noise level that some third party might be bringing to your facility to go race in a competitive race, and you've leased the facility out to a third-party racing organization? They bring their own equipment, and you have lost control of the amount of sound the carts are making. Not to mention the fact, last I checked, every mechanical device known to man breaks and wears out. And whatever they test now doesn't tell you anything about necessarily what they're going to buy later, a year or 2 from now. Also, the question was raised in the hearing of Mr. Fondue about different mufflers. I talked to a consultant and a technical expert at the largest sound testing equipment in the country, and he told me that they make alternative mufflers for these small engines, but they just are expensive. So people generally don't like to spend the money to get the better muffler systems to kill the sound. And when Mr. Fondue, I don't know if he doesn't, I don't know if that's right, number one, and number two, if it's true, I don't know whether he just doesn't know about that, or he knows about it and he just doesn't want to spend the money for the better muffler systems, which begs the point. I mean, the cart track is a disaster no matter how you cut it. One of the things I want to show you is obviously sound study number one, and sound, keep in mind there's only two things that make any difference. If Andretti is in violation at their property line, or I should say at their neighbor's property line, I don't care whether they're in violation anywhere else or not. Because if you read the nuisance ordinance, as I recall, there's two kind of things you can't do. You can't have this commercial residential noise in a fixed place. I think if anybody will recall, the noise ordinance also says if I have like a boom box and I'm in your neighborhood and I'm playing music and you can hear me within a 50-foot radius, it's a violation of city ordinance. Now, if I can't carry a boom box in your neighborhood, why can I have a business that's going to come wafting over the trees and make a whole lot more sound than a boom box? It just doesn't make sense. But then again, a lot of things in life don't make sense. Let me show you this map. This was a map done by this consultant. I don't know. I guess that's, maybe you can't see it. The stuff in blue is 75 to 80 dBs. And one of the things he did, yeah, great. Wonderful. Who did that? Magic. One of the things he did, and I asked him why he did it, he says he stopped the simulation at Alpharetta Highway, so I'm sorry for California Car, because we could have shown what the dB levels there were as well. This is hypothetical. I'm not saying these are the levels. The only way you find this stuff out is actually take samples on the southern and eastern property line when you're operating the thing in an exactly identical situation. And then you'll hear what the engines, and you'll hear the tires when they're up to speed. I don't recall any of these sound studies saying anything about how fast the carts were going, do you? I don't even see anything in these studies that talk about what carts they were using. Like I said, this application is notorious for what it doesn't have in it more than what it has in it. One other final point, and I'll quit. Oh, 2 points. When I first saw this thing, my first reaction was, this is a circus, three-ring circus. And it's clearly, I mean, I'm an accountant and I'm a business consultant, so I know how to do marketing, and clearly the reason they want this thing is to draw traffic to their store. Any revenue they get off of it is probably a secondary issue, although I'm sure they'll take the money. The point that I was going to make was when I saw this proposal and I started thinking, now wait a minute. My wife just got in a rear-end accident 2 years ago, and some guy slammed into her, and he was only going like 15 miles an hour. And it cost her like 6 months of therapy and migraine headaches, and may have damaged her. And what I'm thinking is, what's the first thing you do if you're driving down the street and you hear 70 dBs or 60 even dBs even, and you see these 20 carts going in a circle? The human eye is drawn to movement. I was going to bring a little demonstration and put a little audio over here and play it on the left and watch all your eyes go that way, and then play it on the right and watch all your eyes go that way. I thought that would be a little too cute. But my point being, the human mind is drawn to sound and it's drawn to motion. It's called survival instinct. You know, when the lion roared, you ran in the other direction. And these carts are going to have a lot of sound and a lot of motion. Then you add to that lights, cameras, and action at night. And it's like was said here, you're going to have like a baseball cart. Forget about the smell. People that are on Alpharetta Highway are going to be watching this thing. Now, why do we care? And as far as that goes, people that are on Howes Way are going to be watching this thing too. Here's why you care. I went to the transportation department and got a chart. See if you can blow it up a little like you did before. That works great. Yeah, good. See the numbers on there? That tells you that's a chart of 1 hour, what the peak cars, the peak traffic count is on each of those roads. You got 54 hanging left when they're northbound, 190. Wait a minute. I don't know what the 54 is. AM. The what? Oh, AM and BM. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, that's better. Anyway, bottom line is, if you take a look at those numbers, they're not small numbers. You're talking about roughly 1,500 cars coming and going on each side of the street on Alpharetta Highway in 1 hour. Now, what percent of the people out of a population with average intelligence and in a hurry and or fed up because they just got off work and they're trying to get home and get to their home where they can go get a beer or something? And when they hit this intersection, those 1,500 people, how many of them are going to be looking over at the go-kart track and wondering, what the heck is that noise? Who needs that? Or better yet, they get stuck in the traffic that Howes Way gets from the westbound lane at night when Howes Way, Howes Road gets clogged up and they have to sit there for a cycle of the light or more. And they're sitting there and they got 80 dBs of sound blaring in their right-hand door. Or they're going the other way and they got 80 dBs blaring in their driver's side. Finally, this chart. I figured you might be impressed by body count. Maybe. Here is body count. Accidents. They rank intersections. I asked them for all 200 intersections in Roswell, and they only gave me 10. So I'll get my money back. But the relevant column is the one on the far right, because that calculates the accident rate per million miles, or per 100 million something. I don't know. Anyway, it's the measure. It's the unit of measure for measuring the level of accident per car traveled. And if you take a look at this, 140 in Howes Way has a 70 rate, whatever that means. And I asked them specifically because we know how good the intersection at 400 and Holcomb Bridge is. We just love that intersection for the traffic. So I wanted it as a baseline to compare this intersection to. This intersection's about half as busy as that Holcomb Bridge 400 intersection, which is, I think, considered one of the 10 worst stretches, in the state of Georgia, which puts Alpharetta Highway at Howes Way in a fairly good class. But here's the thing you really ought to take a look at. State Route 140 and Howes Way has a body count of 70. The body count, 70 per whatever it is, million miles or whatever it is. State Route 140, the same street at Mansell, has a rate of 140, twice that. You're talking about an accident rate twice as much at the intersection of Howes Road and Mansell as opposed to Howes Road and Howes Way. I got a question for you. What do you think's going to happen if every time somebody wants to take the shortcut on Howes Way, they have to sit there in traffic and listen to 80 dBs of sound? You think the next time they take the trip, they're going to go down on Howes Road and make the left at Mansell instead? And we just doubled the effective accident rate for everybody that does that, based on the stats that transportation has given us. So when I talk about body count, I really mean it. You're changing the traffic patterns, of the people that are in the city of Roswell, and why? Is the question. And not only that, for what? We don't even know for sure whether the facility is going to be leased out, never leased out, again, the application is so vague on every point, and conclusions, when they draw them, are so qualified with if practical, and this sort of thing, such as the question of, can you even see the carts from the street because of these little 20-inch high concrete things or whatever they are, barriers. In one testimony, Mr. Fondue said that these 20-inch walls, or whatever they're called, would not affect the projection of the sound into the community because the engines were higher than the 20 inches. Now, I don't know if that's true or not true. Later in the second Planning Commission hearing, one of the members of the Planning Commission asked the question, I see we have a problem with sound and lights here. Of course, he missed the part about, the stinky smell. And he says, would you be willing to build a barrier to block the view of your racetrack to keep drivers from being distracted by your track? And you should have heard what this, Masawi, or what's it? I don't know his name. It starts with an M. Sounds like Masawi.
This is not a time for questions.
Well,
it's
okay.
a time for you to make your
Well, anyway,
position
the
known.
representative from Andretti basically said, are you kidding? We don't want to block the view of that thing. That's why we want the thing there, to draw people and get their attention. And he said that, and you can check the minutes. I've got them if you want them. I'm paraphrasing, of course. But my point is, he acknowledged the reason they wanted the track there and to be visible for all to see is it draws business. Now, I don't blame him. From a business point of view, I can see his point. But I got a question for you. If you're drawing my attention to the racetrack, then am I paying any attention to the car in front of me? And when he stops at the traffic light, I slam into him. Got it, really.
Who would like to speak next? Yes, come forward.
David McDonald, 2040 Lancaster Square. Just have a couple points on, is it Mr. Inert? Your name? Oh, Cooper, okay. He said he couldn't guarantee the residents wouldn't hear the sound, which I think means that we probably will. But one of the things, too, it looked like to me on the study that the location at Falstaff saw an increase of about 15 dB, maybe 10 to 15 dB from the noise. And then the other item was there's a comment in the report that all engines off to all engines on, there is a increase of 30 to 40 dB in sound. And he talked about what a dB is and all this, but ultimately that's 1,000 to 10,000 times more noise than was there. And that's, if it's the ambient's 50 dBA at that point, at that location, that's one of the loudest locations, because that was at the site, that's 80 to 90 dB. I mean, that's a fire alarm right next to you at that location, and the business is immediately there. And that's as loud as a fire alarm, constantly, not just going away to a scene. So, and that's all. That was my comment.
Who's next? Yes, come forward.
Good evening, City Council, and Your Honor. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm an attorney, but I will be brief, I promise. My name's Allison Hector, and I reside at 1020 Weller's Court in Whitehall, and moved there to the very same house in 1989 as a newlywed with my husband. Before we had children, after researching all different areas as to where we wanted to have children, and I'm still there today with 2 children, one bound for college. And even my children don't think that the race cart is a good idea, believe it or not. I'm actually here just for one point, and it's a point on illumination. Literally, I just wanted to read this one point in the code, in the zoning code. It's 22.16, and it states illumination signs which have illumination to them shall not be of an intensity or brightness which will interfere with the peace, comfort, convenience, and general welfare of residents. And that's one single sign. And, I won't hit the point ad nauseum of what we've been discussing and how important that is, and how much that would be compounded by all of this circus. The other point is that within that same provision, it also discusses that there must be a prohibition on lights that can confuse traffic. It's just that simple. Thank you.
Who'd like to speak next?
Good evening, City Council, Mayor Wood. Hopefully I am the very last, or close to the very last person this evening. It's been a long night. I appreciate y'all's interest and attention to the detail, and I also want to thank the Planning Commission that heard so much and stayed so late in both October and November. When we moved in 95, there were cows, llamas, horses. We still got the hawks. It certainly had a rural, almost residential feel.
Before you proceed, if you'll give us your name and address.
I'm so sorry. It's Linda Steindorf, and I live at 1120 Falstaff Drive. I apologize. I kind of lose my brain when it gets so late. I don't know how y'all are holding up. But I think in summary, we can all acknowledge, or certainly a lot of us see it this way. The sound study was done. We would have preferred a different time. I think when you ponder this, you've got to acknowledge there will be more noise, more traffic, more fumes, more light pollution. All these are various forms of pollution, and fundamentally we're concerned about losing the character of the city of Roswell. I've followed over the years some various areas with which you all struggle. When you get to areas of decay, be it through apartments degrading over the years or what have you, it's a real burden to try to figure out how to redevelop. I would encourage you to think about this as the start of degradation and decay. That's the only way I can see it. When you ponder how house values will change, how the townhomes have already lost sales, this is a damaging kind of thing for our city. But most of all, I again want to thank each of you for your service and for taking the time to listen this evening. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, my name's Jim Weir. I live in 765 Barringate Drive in Lawrenceville, Georgia. I work for Brule & Care, and I'm the consultant Mr. Hargrave had. And I'm not a consultant. I just came here to listen in and understand this. But as an independent person, someone that has no vested interest in this whatsoever, I guess I want to make sure things are as clear as possible. One of the things I do in my job is to teach people environmental noise. I teach a course on environmental noise. And I teach to cities that have noise ordinances, and I do this regularly. I've done 6 this year so far. And environmental noise especially, is a cultural and political issue. It's a big deal, as you guys have found today. A couple things come up in noise studies. First of all, the understanding of noise, that what's a decibel and how much it goes up, and you've explained correctly that a 10 decibel increase is twice as loud. It takes 10 carts to make 10 more decibels from one cart. So those are really logical things. We start with one cart, you go up to 10 carts, it's 10 decibels louder, it's twice as loud. Intuitively, that doesn't make sense to the average person. I've got 10 carts, but it's only twice as loud. But that's just the way hearing works and human perception, and a weird thing called logarithms and the physics of sound and your ears and a bunch of other stuff. So that's important. But there is something else that comes up. Regularly I teach this, and this is the human aspect of it. This was brought up before, and that is once people start complaining about sound, it becomes a big issue. And you have a noise ordinance that's in place, and you guys are going to probably end up having to enforce this noise ordinance on this job. The chart that Mr. Hargraves had presented, I just worked up over a football game this weekend because he had called me and we talked I don't know, a long time with me trying to educate, and hopefully you guys sympathize with me just a little bit about that. With me trying to teach Mr. Hargrave about sound a little bit. And he was a reluctant student, I'll say at best. But one of the points is that when you have people start complaining about sound, people are aware of it, it won't stop. And you'll have to enforce your noise ordinance. Your noise ordinance is not that good. It needs work, because 70 decibels is easy to exceed. Sound levels, people don't understand averaging. There's a little bit, and I talked to the consultant, if I had presented an environmental noise survey, objectively I might have presented it slightly differently. There's some other data and more complicated things to measure the ambient noise level in between the traffic and the cars and stuff like that people might actually hear when the traffic's light. But their conclusion was correct. And I told Mr. Hargrave that on an email too as well, that just like the independent study that was done, an acoustic consultant looked at the data they presented and it was correct. It was based upon measurement. It may not include all the information, but that's all right. I don't mind. Yeah. But acoustics is just a little bit unusual. I want to show you just one thing just to point this out. While Mr. Hargrave was speaking, I was measuring the sound back there. And that's the average sound level, 57 decibels of his voice, and I stopped before there was applause or something like that. That's not very loud, but certainly understandable from a distance that way. And in the same level and order that we are going to get at the noise levels probably near the Houseway that goes up this way, north, south? What's the one?
Houseway goes east, west.
Sorry, I don't live in Roswell, and I apologize for that. But hopefully this is just a little clarification. And, I've actually improved the document. I don't know if we put this computer on the overhead.
Yeah, can we show
I don't know, but it isn't that big a difference, but it's a little bit different in the model. I was working here for the 2 hours when watching this. Here, I'm going to go here and fix this.
I don't think the jack's probably not.
Again, this was 2 hours of work and not what you would pay a professional consultant to do, like these companies. I just want to give a feeling for, there we go, a feeling for the level of the sound. And you can see by the chart over on the far side, it's really, really loud right around the track. Each of those dots is a go-kart producing 110 decibel sound power coming out. That's if you think about a light bulb, that's just one light bulb of sound power for each of those little asterisks. And it produces a chart around, it tells you where the levels are. Essentially, the blue, dark red interface is 70 decibels. Each of those blocks is 5 decibels, so you go 2 blocks, and that's half as loud. So it's pretty easy to measure. And the numbers, where the dots are in the measurements, correlate to your measurements really accurately from your Vision 3. The position 1, which is closest to the track, just to the south west of the parking lot, I'm showing just a hair over 80 decibels there, and their measurement was just about 80 decibels. Now, I did this with 10 lawnmower carts. I pulled the sound power card number off of Honda's website, and I picked a 9 horsepower motor, so all of those are 9 horsepower dots. So in terms of figuring out what the noise levels are, that's what they're going to be. Really close. Probably a little overestimate for what the levels are going to be. And that's just a model that a person can do in a couple hours, if you understand acoustics. And hopefully this helped out a little bit.
Thank you, sir. All right. Have any points not been made? Does anyone out there have a new point to make other than our rebuttal? Yes, come forward, please. I'm interested to hear what new point you have to make.
My name is Karen Smith. I live on Hembry Springs Drive. This is going to be short and sweet. What would Mr. Roswell King say? What would Mr. Roswell King say?
All right, does anyone else wish to speak? Seeing no hands up, the public hearing portion of this meeting is closed. We'll have rebuttal now.
Good evening again. Just a couple of points to rebut, the first of which regarding to sound. I'm going to ask Dr. Ken Cunningham to come up and specifically address a couple of specific issues that were raised with regard to sound. Dr. Ken.
I have to tell you that the City of Shreveport had a better way of handling the length of these. They had a downtown power failure and they had to adjourn the entire council meeting after 5 minutes. I'm going to speak to a couple of the points that have been raised by various respondents over the course of the past 3 hours. I'll try to keep it as brief as possible and hit what I consider salient points relative to some of the assertions that have been made. The representative from Chambrel questioned why we weren't in the neighborhoods. Well, we were in the neighborhoods. Which one? Elmo? And if we could zoom in, please. Okay. Thank you very much. More than half of these measurement locations were out in the neighborhoods, out in these places where folks have been speaking of tonight. An assertion has been made that we didn't measure to the south. We did. Site number 2 was to the south. There's questions raised as to why we did not measure to the east of Alpharetta Highway. Well, as an acoustic professional, knowing the traffic on that road, there was no point. One of the individuals here, I'd like to thank him for putting up the annual daily traffic data for Alpharetta Highway, 34,000 ADT. Under Department of Housing and Urban Development regulations, that qualifies as a road that has to be considered as a significant impactor out to 1,000 feet. There was an individual, well, my point there being that sites to the east are going to be impacted by Alpharetta Highway to a far greater extent than anything that Andretti could possibly do. There was a question about squealing tires. It's my understanding that the track surface will be in open course or coarse asphalt, which those of us who have worked with tire noise understand that will reduce the severity, will not eliminate, but will reduce the severity of tire squeal. There was a concern raised about sound levels immediately to the west, which would have been on the property of, at the location of Roswell Bicycles. This is the actual sound data from the November 4th survey. These spikes here are not, those maximum level spikes here aren't carts. That's other noise sources. That's traffic. This lower level here is the actual impact of the carts. And you can tell that because when the carts shut down, it's that lower level that drops away, and yet the spikes remain. An assertion was just made that there was a 15 dB impact out at Falstaff. I apologize, I've scrambled my figures. Here we go. This is the data for the measurement out at Falstaff and the Hembry Springs. This hump here, which is about 15 dB, that was a C-130. That, or some other cargo aircraft. Since it was dark, I couldn't identify the number of propellers and engines on it. But notice that the level at these sites actually fell after the carts started up. The blue line is a measurement on Andretti's property. So it's showing you those carts are running continuously throughout that period. The noise levels actually got quieter out there. Why? Because other sources closer got quieter. Andretti's was not contributing out at Falstaff in any way, shape, or form. Same can be said for Darien Park. This is the same data, and the green line is out near Hollyberry. I have to tell you that this measurement that we made up in this court off of Hollyberry is one of the quietest urban environment measurements I've ever seen in my life. This is comparable to rural Georgia, and you could not hear Andretti. So, any other key points? Mr. Bradford pointed out that there was an indication in our first report that there would be excessive levels at locations 1, 2, and 3. I do agree that that's what that report asserted. Though, as I mentioned in my first comments, that first report did not take into account or did not have the information we gained from actually then measuring in the surveys out in the communities in the second survey. The data that Mr. Bradford cited was an estimate from the first report. The measurements of November 4th were actual real data, showing that our estimate, we had overestimated the impacts at location 2 and 3. There's a couple comments about, in the first report, we'd made the speculation that as you moved further away from Houseway and further away from that masking source, that you would lose the effect of Houseway as a masking source. But our experience in the environmental surveys of November 4th said that there's enough other environmental impacts out there that that's not going to happen. It's not going to fall down to that level to where Houseway is your only masking. Alpharetta Highway turns out to be a much more significant masker. A gentleman spoke as to common sense. If you can hear Alpharetta Highway, how come they can't hear? Why would it not be reasonable to assume that you're going to be able to hear Andretti's? It goes to a matter of scale. Alpharetta Highway or any of these roads represents an extended source. You're hearing a vehicle as it's traveling for thousands of feet. It's what we call a line source, and it extends effectively across your acoustic horizon. Andretti's is going to be a localized source. The impact of a line source goes to much greater distance than a local source. Common sense occasionally fails us when dealing with matters that, as acoustics and as Jim Weir mentioned, this can be pretty wild stuff sometimes. Any other points? All right. Thank you.
I want to take the opportunity to thank the City Council and Mr. Mayor again for taking the time and spending the attention here with us this evening. Basically, it comes down to the fact there was one of the greatest points raised this evening was about the character of Roswell. Roswell is loaded with character and will continue to grow in such a way where its character it becomes more and more enriched. We will also add to enrich that character. A unique entertainment option right here in the heart of a great small town southern charm is the best of both worlds, and it's the best of all worlds. As far as our business model and whether or not this will work, people do go to Pigeon Forge to do this. People do go to Panama City to do this. They travel. Let's keep them here. And one more note on the Panama City thing. We are not proposing the creation of a side of the road, boardwalk, honky-tonk, dust and gravel, loud and obnoxious, ugly go-kart track. Not only does this go-kart track have to live up to the standards of the City of Roswell through the Design Review Board, through City Council, we want this to be the most unique and the best outdoor go-kart track that ever was, or that ever will be. And additionally, we have the name of the Andretti family to live up to. They will not allow us to put their name on anything that does not meet their standards. Right? I believe that you have all the facts there in front of you. There are a lot of concerns, a lot of fears, most of which have been addressed. We do call on you tonight. We're asking you to approve our application for a conditional use so that we can run 2 outdoor go-kart tracks in our parking lot. They will be an added and viable economic activity for the city of Roswell. Thank you again for your time this evening.
Thank you, sir. Does any council member wish to ask any questions at this time? Councilmember Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Fondue, after I've heard that you're going to have leagues out there every other week, I'm assuming those are adult leagues?
We actually have a junior league as well.
Okay. Does that mean that you'll still be running 10 and 10, 10 small, 10 large, or are you going to change to 20 large, or how is the composition of those go-karts going to be during league time? And not just league time, but also social and corporate times also.
The design of the tracks will only permit us a maximum of 10 carts on each track.
Again, will that be, because my understanding the study was 10 large, 10 small.
That's correct.
Okay, so on a corporate, social, or league, anytime those are being used there, will the 20 carts then be the full carts, the bigger carts, or will they still be just the same composition of 10 small and 10 large?
It will be the same composition. The tracks will be designed differently, and at different speeds, the tracks have to be designed differently. So you'll have a smaller track that the smaller carts will run on. You'll have a bigger track that the bigger carts will run on. The bigger carts will not be able to run on the small cart physically. You just won't be able to run them. They won't be big enough to contain them.
Any other questions the council may have? Any council members wish to comment before we entertain a motion? Do we have a motion? Councilman Eichelhardt.
All right. Well, first, I want to thank both Andretti and all the members of Andretti and all the residences and businesses that are here, because I think Andretti really has done a good job on trying to look at all the impacts and what can be done to mitigate that. And so I do appreciate that, as well as everyone else looking at all the other aspects and the time that was spent. And I do think that we all, including us and all the residents and businesses as well, would like to help Andretti expand and do well. But our challenge is to always balance things. And on the flip side of that, if we always decided this kind of thing on the opposition, it's very easy to do. But also we must balance the interests of the commercial as well. Take a sidestep, but we've always had a practice of having all of our issues resolved before things come forward to us. And I'm a little concerned about the way this is moving forward to not have the BZA issue resolved. And I hope that there's more internally for us that we can resolve that before something like this comes up again. So I'm a little hesitant to move forward, but I think, frankly, we're probably ready to be done with this for the night. Moving back to the specifics, sound is a funny thing, and I don't believe that there will be a constant impact. I think we can agree with the studies on that. However, I think that it will also be detectable, and you can, as has been said by their own expert, you can pick out particular sounds, and some of those will be objectionable, particularly if they're objectionable, whether that's the engines, the squealing tires, whatever. And again, it's not going to be all the time, but I think it could be enough times. And like I said before, it's likely that these times would be on weekends and on weekend nights, and that's exactly when we're most likely to have an impact. Now, I live off of Highway 9, and in fact, I could throw a rock from my front porch and hit the cars on Highway 9. Now, for the police officers here, if ever a car is hit by a rock, that is just a figure of speech. So I haven't actually tried that yet, but we hear things all the time, so I know exactly what you're talking about the ambient noise. But also, I can hear music from all the different restaurants over on Canton Street. I don't find that particularly objectionable, but certainly that's an example of being able to hear things. I've lived on the river, and when we have down Chattahoochee River, when we have events at Riverside Park, water is very conducive for sound, and I could easily hear someone said, whatever concert was going on that night. And we've had the people who live across the street on Riverside who we have used our sound meters, and we do meet our required numbers based on our sound requirements, sound ordinance. But those people living in those homes will tell you that they are bothered every time that there's a concert there. So I believe that we're setting ourselves up for the same type of situation where we can take measurements, we can follow the noise ordinance, but in the end it's not going to be the help. And we are setting ourselves up for what in the end will be exactly what number 2 on our standards says. adversely affecting the existing use or usability of adjacent or nearby properties. Now, the next issue, there's no question this is a commercial corridor, but it also has an established residential area right behind it. And I think that does bring in the number 22 on our standards, because the first part of that, the consideration of the preservation of the integrity of residential neighborhoods shall be considered to carry great weight. There are other aspects about being on the major thoroughfare, but that is to be considered in and of itself. Thirdly, we have often have the residents here, no question, and on an issue, but tonight we also have the businesses that surround as well. And hearing about the New Haven potential property sale that was lost really concerns me. And whether or not that actually was specifically because of this, I don't know, but I do think in certain cases, particularly in our market today, perception can be reality when you're talking about the sale of property, so that does concern me as well. And finally, the point was made about the totality of the impact of this project, and so I don't think, while noise has been the biggest one, I don't think it's the only. And in our code, it says Section 31.1.12, regarding zoning procedures, the analysis requirements for map amendments and conditional uses. And I'll read directly from it. The applications for conditional uses shall provide a written analysis comparing the proposed action with the criteria in Table 31.1.4. And to try and make that more clear, those are the 22 standards that we try to follow, so we have to look at those. A zoning map or amendment or conditional use application may be justified only if it bears a reasonable relationship to the public health, safety, morality, or general welfare, and after consideration of the analysis requirements. So I think it is shown, and we follow our own rules, that we go by at least what I've pointed out here, 2, 19, and 22, that this does have an impact that I think will be detrimental to businesses and homes surrounding. So while I do wish that we could help Andretti, and if there's anything else we can do, you'll probably laugh at that, but I think we would love to try and do that. But I'm just concerned about the impact that this can have on the surrounding area.
Councilmember Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to echo Councilman Eichelhardt's comments. I like it when we can come here and the applicant gives a very great presentation, but if the stakeholders and residents also give a very informative, without emotion presentation, so I appreciate that. I do have some concerns, and I am pulling out the traffic study on, the noise study on November 4, where it says, and this is the last paragraph, subjectively, the carts are only plainly audible at locations 1, 2, 3, and 5. Of course, I know that that's all business. But on page 3, it also says, evaluation of the plots in Appendix A indicates that the carts had measurable impact at locations 1, 2, 3, and 5, but no measurable impact at locations 4 and 6 through 13. And the reason I'm reading this because this does deal with businesses. And I think Roswell is a very business-friendly city, but I think we also have to be very, very, very sensitive to our existing businesses and not do anything that could be detrimental to their success. And according to these noise studies, that could possibly happen. And then the last one is the noise study on September 16, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, but assuming typical construction and closed windows, we do not expect that go-karts would be audible inside residence at the community. Now, I think y'all heard me say something about, I live in Willow Springs, which is on off of Old Alabama, and just got new windows, and I love them. I can open them up in the springtime, summer, and have that nice breeze come down. Well, not so much with Verizon. And it's not every night. It's just every once in a while, but that every once in a while can be just very in your face. I would have liked to have seen what would happen if residents were outside barbecuing or swimming in their pool or playing in the backyard with the kids. I'm just having some concerns about the noise that this will generate. Again, I think Andretti is a great asset to this community. We do hope that you stay and maybe we can work something out. But right now, I'm just very, very concerned about the detrimental effect that the noises can have on our existing businesses and some of our residents.
Councilmember Diamond.
I'd also like to thank everyone for being here, and I'd also like to thank the Planning Commission. I think they spent an inordinate amount of time and yeoman's effort making sure that they answered as many questions as they possibly could, and I think they made the best call they could make based on the information they had, and I think there's been a lot of information that we've gotten since then, but I heard a little concern about the way they've been treated in public, and I hope that's not going to continue, because I do think they did what they thought was in the best interest and what the evidence seemed to show at the time. Our general complaint is that we're not as business friendly as we could be, and in this case, accommodating this business seems to be at the expense of the surrounding businesses. Highway 9 is definitely a commercial corridor, but it's not as high a density of commercial corridor as this type of use generally comes in. This is why we have conditional use in our ordinance for requiring consideration in our processes, because Roswell, while it's C3, is not unlimited use like some C3 areas are. And I've been a customer of Andretti's in the past. I watched that property sit empty, and I'm so grateful that Andretti's is there and has made that a viable business, and I hope to continue to support them in the future, but I just can't support this application.
Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also would like to thank the residents for not only attending tonight, but for all the work that so many of you did. I know there were hours and hours poured into this, not just at the meeting, but behind the scenes, gathering information, gathering signatures, and so forth. So thank you for your investment in our community. I'd also like to thank Andretti for their investment in our community. They have already invested, and we're looking to invest more with this particular proposal, and I do appreciate them thinking of us and wanting to do more. Like some of my colleagues, I do have some concerns. I have taken a slightly different view. I share their concerns, but also wanted to add a couple other items. One has to do with Table 31.1.4 that Councilman Eichelhart mentioned earlier about the standards of review. Item number 1 states that whether the proposal will permit a use that is suitable in view of the use and development of adjacent and nearby property. And I tried to think about that in terms of how do you evaluate whether something is suitable in view of the use of the adjacent properties. And what I did is I went out to some of the competition, and I looked around Metro Atlanta, and as far as I could tell, I may not have exhausted everything, but there's 4 parks that have open go-kart tracks. There are American Adventures, Dixieland, Malibu Grand Prix, and Mountasia. And I looked at those various environments. At the American Adventures Fun Park, it's located at American Adventures Whitewater. That's between I-75 and Cobb Parkway at the Marietta Loop. That's a high-intensity commercial area. If you look at all the surrounding uses, it is just very intense roadways, much more so than the roadways that we have at this location. The Malibu Grand Prix abuts I-85. It's actually located in Norcross. It abuts I-85 and Brook Hollow Parkway. It's just south of the Indian Trail intersection. And that area is primarily industrial. I believe there may be some apartments in there, but it is really an industrial area. And this particular property abuts the interstate. Mountasia, similarly, is in Marietta. It also abuts an interstate I-575. It's at Barrett Parkway, and it's by Town Center Mall. And the character around there is very high-intensity commercial. There's the mall kind of to the northwest. And around this property, there's very little. There's a hotel, I believe, and some vacant land, but there's a lot of commercial activity in the general area. The one anomaly to that is Dixieland Fun Park, which is down in Fayetteville. It's actually north of the city of Fayetteville by a few miles, but it's out in the middle of nowhere, and there's nothing around it. It's all by itself. There is an industrial park directly across the street, but that's really the only development that occurs around there. So I was taking a look at all of those, and it all seemed like their situations were different. Somebody had mentioned, thanks to the wonders of technology, you could look up Melbourne, Florida. Well, I did the same thing on my iPhone just to take a quick look at the aerial. And that's also a very intense commercial area. There's stadiums, there's all sorts of fields. I mean, it looks like it's a perfect environment to have this sort of thing because there's so many other similar activities already going on. So it probably is a fantastic location. But what's important about these is that all of these tracks are commercially shielded from the, or commercially shield. I'm sorry. Let me start over.
Yes, please do.
It's late. All of these tracks are commercially shielded from less intense uses. So what you have is you have the track, and then there's other things going on around it that are fairly intense, and then the less intense things are further out. And that's not really the case here. Next door we've got a bike shop, we have a cemetery, there's a veterinarian's office, there's professional offices. So there are some things. There's an automobile dealership, but it's a high-end dealership. It's very well run. So there are some things that you might consider high intensity, but not really. For the most part, this is a pretty low intense area. So in looking at all of that, I really believe that this particular use is not appropriate for this area. It's more suited toward those high-intensity commercial areas, those industrial areas that we see all of the other outdoor tracks located. The other standard of review I looked at was for number 19, which states whether proposed zoning map amendment or conditional use approval will be a deterrent to the value or improvement of development of adjacent property in accordance with existing regulations. And we've had several people express concerns, and Council Eichelhart spoke to this before, about the letter from Touchstone Homes. That is extremely concerning, the fact that we have seen evidence that a sale was lost because just the idea of this track coming. What will happen if it actually does come? That's very alarming. Also, the letter from Susan Wesley of Keller Williams Realty, who as a real estate professional has expressed concerns about this and the impact on property values in the immediate area. We've also had concerns raised by those many nearby businesses, and they know their businesses. They know what kind of uses they want to be adjacent to, which ones will benefit their businesses, which ones will be a detriment. And in their opinion, knowing their businesses, they feel that this will have a negative impact, particularly in some of the areas of the noise impacts that Councilwoman Nguyen pointed out earlier. And lastly, I took a look at the standards of review, number 18, and a lot of people in the audience referred to this just in kind of general comments, but that's the possible effects of a change in zoning or overlay district map or change in use on the character of a zoning district or overlay district. As I started talking about before, this is really a low-intensity commercial area. We have the bike shops, veterinarian, professional offices, furniture stores, cemetery, those sorts of things. It's very low intensity. This project would be a shift away from that, a shift toward a more high-intensity commercial use. And chances are, once we start that, we'll invite other high-intensity uses. There's a lot of vacant land adjacent to Acura, which could be used for a high-intensity use, or somebody will come in for that. The shopping center just to the north is a great opportunity for redevelopment. I think we'd all love to see that redevelop into something nicer, but do we really want high-intensity commercial use there? Or do we really want this to change into an entertainment district? It's really the entrance to a residential area. We really don't want this to become an entertainment district. So I do believe that this is the beginning, or could potentially be the beginning of a change in character for the area. And I don't think that is what the vision that we have for Roswell. It's certainly not the vision that I have. I much would rather see Highway 9 develop with shops and restaurants, things that the residents could use. The idea of it turning into Panama City, although I know, no offense to the Andretti folks, I know they mentioned this is not a Panama City thing, but just that environment, that entertainment, that outdoor type of environment is not something that I would like to see occur here. So I would have difficulty supporting this proposal.
Do we have a motion?
I believe that falls to me, and a lot has been said, and the hour is late.
I think that the residents certainly will know that they've been heard, and I appreciate everybody staying this late. Appreciate all that Andretti's has done for the community and will do in the future. I think that although some of the petitions and some of the comments were made based on some faulty premises and incorrect information to start off with, I think the snowball may be not fully based on good facts, but just the same, we can't ignore the standards of review, which I think are absolutely the key to our judgmental decision, which is not as specific as the Planning Commission and the staff have done, which has been very business friendly and very much the letter of the law. But this body is asked to basically make a judgment call based on suitability, and I've starred at least 8 of the standards of review where I have questions, number 2, number 13, 18, 19, 20, and 22. So I feel like because of that, I'd like to make a motion to deny the petition.
Motion to deny by Councilman Price. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Wynn. All in favor raise their hands. The vote is unanimous to deny. We will continue with the agenda. If you wish to leave, you may, but for the council, I want to move forward with this meeting until we get it done. So if you please do not continue discussions in this room. If you will exit, we need to continue with the business. Ms. Price, if you'll call the next agenda item. Please leave the room before you continue your conversation. Mr. Hargraves, that includes you.
Warren.
And if you'll close the doors, folks, when the last person who is leaving leaves, we'll continue with this agenda.
Master? The next item is CU 1006, Zion Missionary
James
Baptist
Bradford,
Church.
continue your conversation outside, or we may change our position. James?
CU 10-05, Zion Missionary Baptist Church of Roswell, Inc., 944 Myrtle Street, land lot 425. Mr. Townsend, please.
Thank you. This is a request for the Missionary Baptist Church at 944 Myrtle Street. This application does require a variance also to Chapter 10.11, which for this proposed use would require a building setback of 50 feet and a buffer of 25 feet to be utilized for this type of use. This is 0.36 acres. They are proposing a youth center. This is the aerial photograph of the location. The house is surrounded by residential homes to the east. There's a direct duplex to the south, office buildings, and a home to the west, and single-family homes to the north. This is the zoning of the subject property. As you can see, it has office zoning to the west and a couple of parcels, and is surrounded by that other by R2, which is a single-family zoning district. This is a survey showing the existing home with the driveway of the subject property. Staff recommended denial of this request. The Planning Commission, during their review, also recommended denial of this request. If Council should recommend approval, we would recommend 3 conditions: dealing with overnight functions, control the activities would cease by 9 p.m., and that there be installed a fence along the property lines meeting the height restrictions of the zoning ordinance. If you have any questions, staff.
Council have any questions? No questions. At this time, we'll hear from the applicant. We appreciate your patience.
Good evening. Patience is a virtue tonight. I appreciate you listening to our request. We requested this building to be used for a youth center so that we could eliminate some of the teen vagrancy in the area. We understand the neighbor who has the duplex adjacent to our property has some concerns about that being a youth center and the hours of operation. We're willing to make concessions, but at this point, we're not willing to make all of the concessions that she raised the last time I stood before the commission. We're at your liberty tonight to do whatever pleases this council. Thank you very much.
Reverend Lewis, it wasn't clear to me which conditions you would accept if the council, and which conditions were not acceptable to you.
We don't see the need of putting up a fence, nor do we see the need of closing by 9 p.m. We don't plan to have the youth out all night, so I'll have a real problem with that.
What have you heard from your neighbors?
Only one neighbor.
And what's their position?
They want to deny the request.
Right.
I think the neighbor is here tonight.
All right. Well, we'll hear from her.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Wynn, I believe, has a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. How are you doing tonight, Reverend? I have a question. One of the reasons the staff is recommending a denial is because they feel that you have other existing single-family homes that's probably closer to the main church that you can use for this same function. How do you answer that one for me, Reverend?
The other building that's single-family that's adjacent to that's near the church.
I tell you what, could I have Mr. Townsend put up that aerial so we can see what we're talking about?
We have no other buildings that we have. We have no properties with buildings on them that are adjacent to the property.
Or anything that's closer to the church than...
That's the closest building to our church.
Vacant building. Is it the closest vacant building or the closest building owned by the church?
That's the closest building that's owned by the church.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks.
We have two vacant buildings, one on Zion Circle, one on Myrtle Street, but that's the closest building that the church owns to the church.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Any other questions for me?
Does the council have any other questions? No, sir. Oh, Councilmember Price.
I know we talked before about some land swaps. Is any that comes to mind that might be closer or be more suitable?
We have not talked about land swaps at Zion. You and I talked about land swaps, but we don't have any land to swap at this point. That would be suitable for a youth building.
Now, if I owned that house and I had people come over, every Wednesday night for Bible study or what have you, that would be permissible as a homeowner, correct? I mean, I guess I'm wondering why you can't do this activity without defining it as such.
Well, I think that's the requirement for the city, that we define it as a youth center. At our last meeting, the city said that the only use we could use for that building would be as a residence, not as an office professional building.
Okay.
Councilmember Wynn.
This isn't for you, Reverend. It's for Mr. Townsend. Are these three conditions that we're asking for, are these the same conditions we put on the Pleasant Hill Church when they wanted to turn one of their houses into a youth center?
Yes.
Same conditions, am I
Yes.
correct? Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Reverend Lewis? Thank you, Reverend Lewis. You'll have an opportunity for rebuttal.
Thank you so
after the
much, sir.
public hearing. Does anyone here in the public wish to comment on this? Yes, come forward, please.
My name is Donna O'Berry, and that's my husband, Michael. We own the property. The duplex is just south of The property in question, 924 Myrtle Street, is the house that we own. We also live in Roswell at 2100 Constitution Court in the Liberty Townhomes and Lofts Center. Oh, thank you guys for staying so late, and I'm sorry that this is your job. And I'll try to be brief and coherent. I was coherent a few hours ago. We are asking respectfully that you deny this request for several reasons. Couple of big ones, or a couple of big categories. We feel that the location of a youth center next to our duplex will have a tremendous impact on our ability to get quality tenants. This is a duplex. It's small, has 2 bedroom, 1 bath on each side, and our tenant profile is single mother with 1 or 2 small children or a young couple. Most people will not, on purpose, seek out a place to live that is right next to a youth center, hangout, whatever you want to call it. So that does concern us.
Now, do you have some examples of this? I mean, this is your speculation, but do you have any specific examples you can point me to about someone who has chosen not to go next to a youth center?
No, because it is empty right now for painting and fixing floors and whatever, and we have not tried to rent it since this has come up. It's just, we're real estate investors, and I work for one of the biggest foreclosure agents in the city, and that's just the way it is. I mean, but no, I have no proof. I have no statistics.
Thank you.
But I could get you a number of people to talk to that could talk about that, but no, I don't. One of the other things that concerns us on the application, and I think you guys have a handout that I did, but you don't have to look at it. On the application, there were a number of things like or in an email also, most of the events will be small groups. And we ask at the neighborhood meeting, well, what is small groups? Well, 7 to 8, maybe 10, and then I saw somewhere in the community development report 20 to 25 people. We have asked what the age limits will be. Well, we're not sure. We think it might be 18. What is the time frame? Well, we're not really sure what the timing will be. Well, what are the activities going to be? Where our intention is for it to be study period. For us as neighbors, this is a little fuzzy. We'd like a little more, before you let somebody have something they want or do a conditional use on a piece of property, I'd like a little more information about what they're really going to do with it. One of the things we also asked at the neighborhood meeting was, in their main church and their other church building, do they not have rooms that these youth could meet and study and whatever they're going to do? And the gentleman that was there at the time said yes, that they did. So, and that church is my polling place. That's where I go to vote, and there's never during the week, during the day that I have seen, so many people there that a few youth couldn't gather there in one of those many rooms in that big building and do whatever they're wanting to do next door. Other concern of ours is parking. I do know that somewhere in this paperwork, and I swear I can't remember where it is right now, they did say that they were going to park only in the driveway. That's the first I had heard of that. If that is the case, that would certainly help that, because you can only get so many cars in the driveway. So if they're not going to be allowed to park on the grass, that's good. One of the things, if you did, I'll come to that later. There are several things in their application that we actually, just comments, and everybody's going to have their own opinion of things, but we disagree with. So the proposed use is suitable in view of the use of nearby properties, and to me, nearby means like really close, like right across the street or 2 or 3 lots down. Those are all residential. The one office building, and it is a mixed mash over there, and you all know it's Old Roswell. The office building that they mentioned is behind this building, but it's up a hill on another street, and there's a berm of trees back there. This end of Myrtle Street is really very residential, and it might be X hundred feet from the church, but you can't see the church from that house at all. You talk about it being a neighborhood in transition. It might very well be, and we'd love to see it someday, be a neighborhood in transition if the Grove Way project ever gets underway and whatever. But right now, that neighborhood's just like it's been for 6 years. I mean, nothing's come and gone, and if anybody did buy a piece of property, the use of it is not so that you can even tell that it's changed hands. So there's not been a lot of changes in the neighborhood. Number 6, neighborhood in transition, nearby properties. Question number 13 on the application was, we believe the suitability to be compatible with existing classifications, and the existing classifications for single-family residents. And I disagree that a youth center would do that. Our second big concern is some things you've heard just previously, only not on this big a scale, impact on property values and rent. It's just in the real estate world, people know that if you have a residential environment and a piece of property goes commercial, it has a negative effect on those other properties as they're trying to be used for residents. If the whole block goes commercial, everybody makes big bucks. That's good for everybody. But if you just get these little one-off things, it does have an effect on the remaining residents. One of the Community Development Department, as you know, has recommended denial on this, and just from some of their comments, one of our concerns, parking shared between the church. One of the comments on the application was that their intention was to share the parking between the church, and we asked at the neighborhood meeting, and the gentleman said, yes, that is our intention, that if they get this youth center, that overflow parking from the church will be able to park there on Sundays or whenever they have overflow, whatever nights, if they meet at night. That could be contained if they are limited to just parking on the driveway. But if this is a youth center and that is all they want it to be, I don't know why it needs to be a shared parking lot from the church. So that's a bit of a concern. Hours of operations from the youth center have not been established. There's no plans to use it all day. This report says the church indicates 20 to 25 teens, which is a bit of a botherance. Then the variance is another issue. And these are just comments from the Community Developments report. The church owns several residential properties in the vicinity, and another structure may be better suited. Mainly residential homes in the area. Youth center may change the dynamics of the area. Future land use plan indicates high-density residential on this property, and the proposed use is not in compliance with that. There again, mainly residential in nature. That appears several times. Number 16 said a description of all efforts taken by the property owners to use the property or sell the property under the existing zoning. We've lived in the neighborhood for 6 years, and we've owned that duplex for a little over 3 years. And to our knowledge, and we're over there a lot because we only live 3 blocks away, I've never seen a for rent sign in front of this house. I've never seen it for sale. Obviously, I don't want to sell it, but I've never seen it for rent or for lease or anything. So from outwards appearance, it doesn't look like there's been an attempt to use it as a personal single-family residence, and it's located quite well for that. So those are just, I could read more, but they all pretty much say the same thing. As I said to begin with, we are going to respectfully request that this request be denied. If you choose to pass it, there are some things that we think could help mitigate what we see to be issues, and one would be the fence. That would be a clear definition to the people at the youth center that this is your property and this is where you can, do your activities, whatever. And then any renters we have, particularly if they have small children, would at least know that there is some sort of a divider there. And I think that would help. We would like you to request, if you choose to approve this, that they require that they park on the existing driveway only, and that no additional surfaces, whether it be gravel or impervious or non-impervious surfaces or whatever, be allowed to be structured on the property, and that it only be for youth activities and not extra parking for the church. we would like some. I thank you for the planning commission, or whoever did it, the no overnight, but we would actually like activities during the week, if you approve this, to stop at 7 o'clock so that the people next door don't have youth or whoever coming in and out, possibly not using it on the weekends. We'd like some age limit. Yeah, the higher up the age limit goes, 17, 18, 19 years old, we would prefer it to be kept down if you approve it, and have some limit onto the number of people that are going to be able to be going in and out of there all the time. And require that if you did approve this, that they go through the variance process and see if that does support the use. One of the suggestions that we'd like to make, because we do fully support the church in reaching out to their teen congregation and the teens and the youth in the neighborhood, and I understand that. I just don't think that's the best use for this house. I would like to propose using it as a single-family residence. I've got to believe in this economy that they have, hopefully they don't, but I'm going to bet you there's possibly at least one member in that church who's having a hard time, who might have lost or getting ready to lose a house to foreclosure, and if not in their church membership, certainly in the city of Roswell. There are people like that all over the place. Like I said, I work for a foreclosure real estate agent, and it's everywhere. So to reach out to the community and to provide a family a place to live in these hard times, I think would be a superb community gesture on the church, and would certainly fit within the use of the neighborhood. That's it. It's too late to have anything else.
Does anyone else wish to speak? Yes, come forward, please.
Good evening. Cheryl Greenway. I live at 365 Noel Woods Terrace, but I'm here because I own the office building that the lady was referring to at 935 Forest Street. So I'm kind of catty-cornered back to the property that the church is wanting to use. I personally don't really have a problem with it being a youth center. What I was hoping that would happen would be the conditions that have been set out here. The only other one that I would kind of like to see maybe a condition on is a limit on the number of people at a time that could be at the facility. So no problem with it, just like to have some clearer parameters as to the operations. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Come forward, please.
All night, might as well have your say.
You've earned it.
Well, I'll add new comments, but let me do this. I'm Harvey Smith. I reside at 12695 Old Surrey Place in Roswell, and I'll make my comments quick, but I think Reverend Lewis, he's a humble man. I think, serving on the Planning Commission, I understand. I think it's an excellent use for the property. We have a precedent on Mimosa. You've got Church Row, you've got youth centers adjacent to residential areas already. I feel like the proper use could be made with conditions. May not necessarily be a fence, but I think it could be landscaping, some kind of barrier that's erected. And, I think it's a very reasonable use. I think it's a worthy cause in these economic times. I don't see any problem for it. I supported it before. I'll support it again. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Reverend Lewis, any closing remarks? I think there was a question about, do you have any understanding of the number of people that might be using this, at maximum number at any one time?
Mr. Mayor, we have not worked out the exact number of people to be using this facility, but we propose this to be a teen facility, not a young adult facility. I will tell our neighbor that the house has been used in the past for Katrina evacuees from New Orleans for 18 months, so the property has been used for residential in the past. As a matter of fact, we renovated during Katrina for Katrina evacuees. We renovated several properties during that time. but we'll make whatever concessions need to be made. But we have to find a place for our young people. And if we can't do the things we want to do at 944, then we'll do what we need to do at 88 Zion Circle in the main sanctuary. But we're at your disposal.
Thank you, Reverend Lewis. Does the council have any other questions for Reverend Lewis? Thank you, Reverend Lewis. Rich has a question for Brad.
Mr. Townsend, as far as the number of people that are allowed in this facility, wouldn't that be governed by fire marshal?
Fire and building code would determine the occupancy because they have to do some renovation dealing with handicap access as well as bathrooms to make it more of an assembly type of location, and they would control the number of.
Do we have any idea what that number would be?
I do not, sir.
Councilmember Diamond.
Mr. Townsend, just to go back to Betty's question, how is this different, and where is the line drawn if, say, the youth director were living in this house and he invited kids over? Would that still fall under this? Where do you draw the line that this has to be governed that way?
We draw the line probably when it's determined that it's used on a regular weekly basis for assembly, which then is governed by different fire codes as well as building codes, and that's what they want to be able to do to the home and then have it used as the youth center. If it's a youth pastor inviting them over Friday night for pizza, that is not what they're intending to use it for. They want to be able to say, okay, every Wednesday night the guys are meeting down there, every Thursday night the youth girls are meeting down there, then we're going to do a Friday something. So it's more is to the regular meeting schedule as well as the number of times it happens on a regular basis. And that all has to do with how it impacts the adjoining neighbors when it's used that way.
Councilmember Wynn.
I think this is a question for the attorney. Can we condition to age requirements on something of a youth center?
I don't know how you would ever enforce an age requirement, so I would recommend against it.
Okay. And again, how is this, Mr. Townsend, how is this different from the Pleasant Hill one?
The Pleasant Hill situation, we were dealing with a youth center as well as, what was the other? A food pantry at the time. Both of those locations are directly adjacent to their main church structure. There was one neighbor in between the two homes, and she felt with the fence being provided by the two lots that she was protected in that location, and we felt because of the adjacency to the existing main structure, it was appropriate to make those as conditional uses, as well as the backs up to the parking lot that's commercial, as well as the across the street from the Child Development Center.
Councilmember Diamond, did you wish to make a
question? I'm not really sure who my question is going to. It might be to you, Mr. Mayor. I think it seemed like we came to exactly this point with Pleasant Hill, and then we went back and got everybody together, and they came out with a system they were all comfortable with. Have we exhausted that in this case?
I don't think, Reverend Lewis, have you talked with your neighbors who are opposing this about this subject?
Yeah, I have not met my neighbor.
Do you think that might be productive? Let me ask the neighbors, do you think that there's any assurances that Zion could give you that would help you overcome your opposition? Well, this council would always like folks to sit down and talk before we have to make a decision. Is there any objection to a deferral?
Issue number one.
And maybe some of the objections can be overcome. Personally, I see a church facility as different than most other commercial facilities. I see a church as an amenity for the community. A church is something that creates community, and that's the reason I supported the Pleasant Hill application. And I would hope that something could be worked out, because having Zion in that community does more to create community, and the strength of that church does more to create a security in that neighborhood, and is a positive thing for that neighborhood. And I would hope that the neighborhood would accept Zion and its good works. So I'm going to suggest a deferral. Councilmember Price.
I don't believe it was in our packet, but wasn't there some new information about some difficulties with setbacks and that sort of thing?
I mentioned it in my staff report. It was in the staff report that one of our code sections that would apply to this, once the use changes to an accessory to a church, requires the 50-foot building setbacks and the 25-foot buffer setbacks.
So how would we overcome that?
It's a concurrent variance that you have to agree to in dealing with changing it to the youth center.
Councilmember Price, what is your pleasure?
If it would seem that we could come to a better agreement, I would motion for a deferral.
We have a motion for a deferral by Councilmember Price. Do we have a second? Second by Councilmember Wynn.
January 10th.
Deferral to January 10th. We have a motion and a second. Further discussion. All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously.
I'm assuming that we'll get community development to facilitate the meeting.
You will be at the top of the agenda rather than down the list. So I assure folks who come back a second time to move them up to the top of the agenda, because you've already sit through a long meeting. You were second, but you'll be top of the agenda next time, if that's any consolation. That's after the gymnasts and the good news stuff. After the
next item is my eyes are getting weak. RC10-02R Metropolitan River Protection Act Certificate 115 North Shore Court. Mr. Townsend.
This is a river corridor certification that is requested for the construction of a pool and deck in the river corridor. It's approximately 1,400 square feet. This has been reviewed by the Atlanta Regional Commission, recommending approval. Staff is also recommending approval.
We have a motion.
Move to approve.
Do we have a second? Motion by Councilmember Price, second by Councilmember Diamond. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to comment? Any further discussion by council? All in favor of the motion? Passes unanimously.
The next item is RZ10-08, text amendment regarding a revision to Chapter 10.39 sidewalk cafes. So this is the second reading. Mr. Townsend.
This is the second reading for the sidewalks cafes, codifying the 5-foot requirement in which all of the current sidewalk cafes are in compliance with. Staff recommends approval.
Mr. Davidson, if you'd read the ordinance.
Thank you. This is an ordinance of the City of Roswell to amend the zoning ordinance Article 10, specific use requirements dealing with the sidewalk cafe development standards and criteria. Article 10, specific use requirements, Chapter 10.39, sidewalk cafes, Section 10.39.5, development standards and criteria, are amended as follows, text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this will be the second reading.
Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Price. Do we have a second? Second by Councilmember DePolito. For the record, is there anyone in the audience who wishes to comment? Seeing no hands up, is there further discussion by council? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously.
The next item, approval of an ordinance to amend the City of Roswell sign ordinance regarding Find It All in Roswell campaign and the use of temporary signs within the City of Roswell. This is the second reading.
This is the second reading of the ordinance that extends the Find It All Roswell program to expire on December 31st, 2011. Staff and the committee recommend approval.
Mr. Davidson, would you read the ordinance?
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend the City of Roswell zoning ordinance regarding the distance restriction between precious metal. Wrong ordinance, sorry. Trying. This is an ordinance to amend the City of Roswell sign ordinance regarding the Find It All in Roswell campaign and the use of temporary signs within the City of Roswell. Article 22 of the City of Roswell zoning ordinance, signs, section 22.12, temporary signs, is amended by changing the year from 2010 to 2011 in the following subsection 22.12A3, text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this will be the second reading.
Do we have a motion?
Did somebody tell her what I was about to do? I do have some concerns about this. I know it's the second reading and probably isn't the time to bring up an amendment, but two things bother me about this. One, we've talked about it before, the human signs, and I wonder if it is appropriate or whatever to add this amendment to it during such time, i.e. the temporary sign period. It may be permissible to use human signs provided the wording is limited to the name of the establishment.
So you're proposing an amendment?
That's an amendment.
A motion to amend. Do we have a second? Fails for lack of a second. I would suggest you can bring this back to committee. You may have some more. It may have some more interest when it's not too late. Councilmember DePolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarification and probably interpretation by our city attorney, it says that the 40 days is cumulative. Does that mean if somebody didn't use their 40 days in the first year, they get 80 days in the second year?
No, it's just cumulative throughout the year.
That's the way that reads?
It's just calendar year.
I guess it would be from September 15, 2009, so yes, I guess it would be cumulative for both years.
I think the intent was just to extend it from the 10th through, or I'm sorry, extend it for an additional year and add 40 days. So do we want to revise that to be September 15, 2010?
Say additional per year.
I think the intent is January 1st to December 31st. But that is the intent. It needs to be clarified.
So we're changing the September 15th date to January 1st, 2011?
We haven't done that yet. We have a
discussion about it.
We don't have a motion yet. We had a motion to amend it, but now we're back to the discussion.
Yeah. I believe the intent was, and I would support to add 40 days of advertising for the year 2011. However, we need to amend
that. That would be a motion to amend?
That is a motion to amend.
Do we have a second?
Say it again, please.
To clarify this so that it adds 40 days for the year 2011.
He's requesting that the period of time of September 15th, 2009 be changed to January 1st, 2011.
Because
it's a little late, but that would give you up to 40 days in 2011, but you couldn't carry over from 2010.
Do you not think this already covers that?
No, not the way it's written.
All right.
The September date was picked because that's when the initiation of the program was started.
It's like having carryover minutes. Don't expire.
Trust me, we need to amend it if we want to limit them to 40 days. Take this one on faith.
All right, we'll go with that one. But I've got another amendment.
All right. Well, next we had Councilmember Diamond. Did you have a comment? We're back to Councilmember Price.
Based on my observations and also confirmed by the pictures that have been provided for us in here, some of these temporary signs are pathetic. And I thought we could, if not here, somewhere and at some point, define some standard of temporary signs such that, and the wording that I came up with in haste this afternoon was temporary signs in disrepair, dilapidated, or haphazardly erected will be subject to immediate removal.
That starts getting to a judgment call. I don't know.
They look awful.
Some of them are half hanging. I agree with you.
Well, can
staff come up with some better language? I think you can understand what Councilmember Price is trying to. When do we have another meeting this year?
Yes,
27th.
27th, don't we?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Does code enforcement have some sort of a mechanism now for that?
No.
So somebody could just put out a junky banner and we just leave it there?
Well, what happens is they reuse them and reuse them and reuse them. So over time, just because they're putting them up and taking them down and the weather time frames, and they're choosing not to purchase new ones. They're reusing ones that look a little tattered. And
my observation is sometimes their erection is something to be, they sag and
yes,
droop, and
sometimes the poles bend and the ropes aren't that tight, and it doesn't look very professional.
Again, I support what Councilmember Price is trying to do, but I'd rather have a little tighter language. So, Councilmember Price, can we defer this?
Well, I just hate to see it have to come through this whole process again if it's something we can put onto without a huge extra effort.
Mr. Davidson, can we defer this?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Councilmember Diamond.
If we do that, is that going to affect the advertising that we've done that says that it renews on January 1st? Will we take this up? I guess we're talking about taking this up on the 27th. Absolutely. And it sounds, I guess my question is this part of this ordinance, or is this something that is more in the definitions of what's a temporary sign? Is that?
Yeah, this is just number 3. It really fits, more appropriately, a little different, but.
It seems to me like that's something to address in the definition of temporary signs, and maybe code enforcement, when they see shabby signs, could go in and say, hey guys, would you mind cleaning it up? Mm-hmm. And by the way, it may not be accomplishing what you want it to accomplish based on our experience. Once it starts to look tattered, it has the reverse effect, and just as a friendly advice. I know you love vague ideas, but.
I think it's just because
it's a little late to start drafting ordinances.
Yeah, I guess I'd hate to find it all on something more definition.
I would suggest a deferral, and if we have to have a special call meeting.
Can't we just go with this and then work on that later?
We can approve it and amend it later to tighten it up. I like that idea. Councilmember Price, what we're saying is we can approve this, but then we can.
Then it has to
just
go through
2 readings, we can change it.
But then we'd have to go through the whole thing all over again.
How tough is the whole thing? Does that require? Is it just 2 readings, or we have to take the Planning Commission?
Depending on the extent of the amendments, usually if it has a material change, it has to go back through. But I'm not sure that this is a material change. But we're already going.
I thought if we could tack it onto this, that we'd be done with it.
I just don't want to tack on something that doesn't work.
Not tonight. Let's defer till December 27th. That's my motion anyway.
Councilmember Wynn, we have a motion to defer.
Well, my question is this. We're voting on extending the Find It All Roswell tonight. Am I correct?
Yes.
Is that what we're voting
No,
on?
we're voting on this particular ordinance, which is...
Which is to extend the period for,
Right.
this is just to extend our advertising period if you use the Find It All Roswell little sticker on there.
Yes.
This has nothing to do with the state of the sign.
Correct.
Okay, so to me, we pass this, and then we look at the ordinance for tacky signs, if you want to make one of these. But right now, we're not voting on what a sign looks like. We're voting on the length of time someone can have a sign out.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Two different things.
Well, right now, we have a motion to amend, so is there anyone wish to second that?
You had a motion to defer.
Motion to
No,
defer.
motion was to defer.
The motion's to defer. And right now, we have a motion to defer. Is there a second on the motion to defer? Yes, sir.
I just want to comment that I agree with Councilwoman Nguyen and Councilwoman Diamond that I think it actually accomplishes more by putting the tacky sign ordinance, if you will, in with the temporary signs section. So that way it doesn't just apply to these particular signs, it applies across the board.
Mr. Davidson may have an answer for us.
We
Mr. Davidson.
already have in our code, section 22.15, maintenance, and it says all signs shall be maintained in good condition as to present a neat and orderly appearance. The zoning director may cause to be removed after due notice any sign which shows gross neglect, becomes dilapidated, or if the ground area around it is not well maintained.
Do we call put tacky in? That's why
Mrs. Price, does that appear to address what you're talking about?
Call code enforcement. Yeah. Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve the second. A second by Councilmember Nguyen. Any further discussion? For the record, does anyone who wishes to make a comment? Public record, public comment closed. All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously.
Several. We're going to do a joint motion.
Oh, my goodness. I thought
Mr.
that
Townsend, I believe we're into RZ 1009, text amendment to zoning ordinance regarding distance
I'm
restrictions.
sorry. I lost the page. RZ 1009, text amendment regarding precious metals and gems.
This is a proposed text amendment to Chapter 10.28, Precious Metals and Gems. Deals with providing existing precious metals and gems would not be located within 5,000 feet of another precious metals and gems dealer or an existing pawn shop or an existing check cashing establishment. This is the proposed language in the ordinance. It would be added to Chapter 10.28. This application was reviewed by the Planning Commission. They had concerns with the limitations dealing with this type of use. They felt it was inappropriate to have the separation requirement, so they recommended denial. The committee recommendation was for approval. This is first reading of this proposed text amendment.
Mr. Davidson, if you would read the ordinance.
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend the City of Roswell zoning ordinance regarding the distance restriction between precious metal and gems dealers location within the city limits of Roswell. Zoning ordinance of the City of Roswell is hereby amended by adding to Article 10 of the City of Roswell zoning ordinance, adding to existing Chapter 10.28 precious metal and gems dealers as follows, text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and have approved this to be the first reading.
Councilmember Price, what's your pleasure? Mr. Mayor? Yes, sir, Mr. DiPolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Townsend, you and I had talked a while ago about this ordinance, and my concern then was that we might be precluding legitimate might be the wrong word, but jewelry stores, typical retail jewelry stores, which I don't think was ever the intent of this ordinance.
Right.
It's really just to avoid pawn-type jewelry stores. that specialize in that. So I take it from what has been delivered, there was not a way to isolate those uses?
No, there wasn't a way to define that. I mean, there wasn't a way to label it with a different business license or anything of that nature.
So our discussion at council when this originally came up was wanting to try to find a way to limit the gold purchasing type stores that don't add value to the community.
Right.
This is the best we can do?
That's the best the legal department and I were able to come up with. So,
personally, I think it's problematic in that it limits jewelry stores. So I think it creates more of an issue than it solves.
Right.
Thank you.
Any other comments before we entertain a motion? Councilmember Price.
Move to deny.
Motion to it's second. Well, I don't know if it's a motion to deny, but it's a motion not to pass the first reading is the equivalent of it. We have a motion and a second not to pass the first reading. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. That first reading is dead. Motion was not to approve.
That means we never see it again?
I wouldn't go that far. Anybody can bring it back, but it's for the moment it's off the agenda.
The next item is initiation of text amendment for sign code change to allow additional ground signage and wall signage for properties with 1,200 feet of road frontage in C3 zoning district. Review of changeable copy board sign regulations. Mr. Townsend.
This has been discussed at committee a couple of times. It was requested that staff bring this initiation forward. What we're trying to do is control changeable copy signs in C3 zoning districts where properties have frontage in excess of 1,200 feet would be allowed a freestanding sign of 15 feet. Also, the initiation deals with the wall signage. There was discussion at committee to allow wall signage of 1 foot per linear foot of store frontage. Staff would recommend that council provide us some direction as to the maximum square foot that they would allow. We currently have a maximum of 96 square feet for the wall sign, for the ground sign, 128 square feet for the wall sign. What is council's pleasure?
Do we have a motion? Question, Councilmember Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Townsend, on the wall signs in all districts, that's one we're talking about. Didn't we give you direction at committee? Maybe we didn't? We discussed it a lot, though, didn't we?
Yes, you did.
And nothing, we just babbled. We really didn't give you any direction whatsoever.
I'll claim the fifth.
Because and I'm not, picking on you or anything, but I thought we had, because we had talked about if it was a 6-sided building and yada, 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 that type of thing. So you want us to come up with a number tonight for a maximum size of a sign?
No, this is initiation. It would not be a...
But I don't like to do an initiation where I see question marks on this little sucker either.
I will bring back a number when it goes through the process if you feel comfortable with that.
I would feel very comfortable if you kind of look at other ordinances and how they deal with multiple wall signs.
Okay. If that's your pleasure, we can definitely do that.
I would appreciate it. Thank you. I just don't like question marks when it's going to initiating a text amendment.
Okay.
All right. Other comments before we entertain a motion? Do we have a motion to initiate a text amendment? Councilmember Price.
So moved, but I have a question on minimum setback from right-of-way. Is that standard? I thought the right-of-way was the point at which you could do what you wanted.
The right-of-way is the property line between the road and what they own. The standard 10 feet is through the whole code. It keeps them away from putting them right on up to the sidewalk and allows, for sight distances and things of that nature.
We have a motion to initiate a text amendment by Councilmember Price. Do we have a second? Second by Councilmember DiPolito. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously.
Will this come back to
Yes.
committee again?
Well, it'll start through the approval process. If you choose it to come back to committee, we can bring it back to committee.
Anytime you want to bring it back, you can.
I think it needs to come back at every point, or each month until we pass it. The next item, we done with that one? Next item, CU 10-06, Kings Court Chapel, corner of Willio Road and Highway 10. I believe
Oops, that's the wrong date, isn't it?
I will move to defer this based on a request for deferral.
We have a motion for deferral by Councilmember Price. Is there a second?
January.
Second by Councilmember DiPolito. All in favor, raise their hands. Passes unanimously.
January 10th.
Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I would like to thank Mr. Asenbrack for staying here the wee hours
I
of the
think
morning.
it's great that some other
for a
department
very
gets to come
minor
after
item.
community development.
I second.
This item is approval to control the dust on Lone Crow Road with a tar and gravel surface treatments. Mr. Asenbrack.
Good morning. That's the first time I ever got a chance to say that. So this is real easy. This is just a billboard on top of a cell tower with a racetrack around it, and we'll just...
Dry cleaner, car wash.
That's right. We have been approached by some of the property owners up on Lone Crow Road, which is up in the northwest corner of the city, and it is a gravel road, and they have approached us for some dust control. And after much of discussions, we have come up with a fairly nice solution that is called a surface treatment. It basically is just going to put an asphalt and gravel crust. It's a wearing course that will utilize the existing base and do the dust control. Will minimize our maintenance efforts out there, will still look rural, will not cause us a lot of design efforts, and we have 2 or 3 quotes that will be less than $30,000. Recommend that we approve the surface treatment of Lone Crow Road.
How often will we have to do this, do you think?
Mayor, we don't have a lot of data on this in this city, but I'm going to say 5 to 8 years, probably, depending on how well it's done and level of traffic on it. It should last for a number of years.
Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Motion by Council DiPolito for approval. We have a second by Councilman Webb. All in favor, raise your hands. Passes unanimously.
Thank
you. We have a closure. We're going to have one item. It should take 2 to 3 minutes, and we will not be leaving this room. Do we have a motion for closure? Motion second passes.
Yeah, we gotta.
Let's powwow back here. That was the first time I had a motion a second. I just kind of like passing the motion a second pass.
If we hadn't moved downstairs, we wouldn't have had a motion.